Alright, folks. Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は463日目です。It is day 463. We're a day after our level up. Yep, let's get right into it. Another set of stuff. Okay. Macho.
惨
惨
殺
殺
霊下不
不
穏
穏
狩人
狩人
切る
切るYep.
鈍感
狩り
狩りNope.
泡
泡
鍛える
鍛える
お
お
嬢さん
嬢さんDamn. Thought it was. What did I say? Did I type something incorrectly? Oh,
湿らせる
湿らせる
歯を磨くま
あガリおガリ
魔術
斬新
新 Oh, I know where that insert is from. Like the parking meter stuff. Something soul something key. Maybe it's like Park is the character? Hmm.
効果
One is special.
瞳万歳
Banzai.
矛先、
矛oh,
土俵、
土俵、
病棟、おか
お
げで、
かげで thanks to, thanks for
瞬間、
すみえ、
眼光、
眼
瞳孔、鍛錬、
hence
親父、古
古
代、
代
心眼、
黙殺、塊魂、
OK
我が輩、まばたき、
probably the hardest one in the group
荘
荘
園、
園
阻害、
阻害
口
口癖
癖、疎
疎開
開、お
お
盆、
盆
掘る、
帝、とりわけ、帝
帝
国、
国Oops
平穏、
平穏
量、
あ
初夏、
黙る。さい。
はい。
阻む。一
一
瞬。
瞬。
硬直、
助言。
誤解所。
0時、
むしろ。
ろ。
沈黙、
すれる。
硬い、悪魔、
what? Oh,
稼ぎ。
短歌、
短
例。
で、
5番。
5番。
租税。俵。
丁寧、
猿。
誇る、
this is a little weird to be proud of. Okay.
水泡、良性、炭、
oops.
入れ墨、
猿真似。歳月。
誇張。
誇
長
長
め。
め。What? Oh.
5、
お
幽霊。皇
皇
帝。
帝。
裸足。
温
温当。
度。幽閉。Oh, no way. Secluded? Student clothes. Private? Oh, that thing. I'm fine.
Meant to.
阻止。訂
平
正。
成。
白菊。
仮
仮
説。
説。
面。
Oh, wata.
こぼす。
That one's a little tough. This one is pretty tough too.
瞬く。
This one's pretty tough. Well, I only remember the
呪い。
you remember Noroi Nibui. Okay.
瞬時。
Eagle. I did it again.
発
Hot
砲
pole. Year of plants. This one's tough too.
砂利
Cassette.
錬金術 すます木綿
Moment.
0点
ドンキー
椅子
Oh. That's not Onyaka? Okay, so in the car. So something about da? No, that's not it. Something about da for sure.
穏やか
Not clam.
鳩
I don't think this is what I think it is. Eek. Oh, no. Yeah. It uses like an even different, even more different. Right? What's up with Phil? Like, I am really mixing this up with something. Oh,
竹
okay.
鍵
気泡
Ah, oops.
魔法
Maho.
寸 落雷
と
To.
引き裂く
する バベル
Babel
の
ni
塔
to.
娯楽使える
No.
献立
襲撃する 丘
Oka. That's the one I'm getting mixed with.
Yakushu
Yakushu. あ、
排
排
泄
絶。
主因
侍
不吉
主
主
今は1億
What? Oh. Wait. Peak, but not. Zero. Ichiku? What? Yes. Oh.
餌食
Ejiki.
Ryushi
Goodness gracious.
国籍
籍国籍おOK
釣り
釣り
包み紙
なぞなぞ忍ぶ
完成と
戸籍
入籍
叱る
叱る
無縁謎遠距離大砲
よく翼
翼
右翼
髪の毛
寸前
前
寸法
渾身
刃先
後年
両翼
さいなむ
本意
attack how? Oh wait
襲
そうう
釣る姫様
oops
縁談
談
刃
刃
物
物
金髪桃色
は
挨
挨
拶
拶うーん
絶
絶
叫
叫
奇
奇
襲
襲
つぶ
ぶ
核分裂止める紙
基
基
地
左翼
雷雨梨襲撃
襲撃忍
忍者姫傘
短距離
一斗缶
エッフ
エッフェ
ェル塔
ル塔Tower of Eiffel. Okay.
と
砂丘
列車滅びる
るOh, wait, am I misspelling something? I might have misread that.
語る選
選
択肢
択肢
懇談
懇談
縁、
ち、
髪
髪
型、
型、
悪趣味、縁
元
起、
気、
空
優
襲、
秀、
目、
目、
魚雷、
魚雷、
桃、
桃、
叫ぶ、
おー、
近距離、
近距離。This is different. Thing like 行方、
行方、一
一
斉に
斉に。Huh. Nothing like a cool 272 reviews, right? How is this working? It's 6? Oh, okay. Yeah, that's because we did a 17 before. So we recover this and then push this off to the next day. That would sync up those groups. Let's see if we can actually even start before 6. Sleep is kind of a luxury at the moment. Okie dokie. We're gonna move right into reads, because I think one review is good enough. The day of encoding is sufficient. Okay. Okay. So, sen, roast, oyara, door, sai, brush, nen, sticky, cho, cosmetic, gi, deceive, sa, lie, kiri, hog, ew, willow, eat, Italy, sa, oh, chaku, chaku, I, pathetic, chibiru, lips, he, fence, sweet, sweet, the crash, yo, likeness, gake, cliff, or at, on, grudge, go, hate, in, nope, ke, rest, and holding fan, so insert, cho, palm, teki, grip, sweet, hook, awa, refreshing, cho, tatami mat, yo, clear, ashi, chopsticks, go, torso, chin, 4, Niji, rainbow, and keen, out, owl. Alright, not too bad. That's a wrap for WaniKani today. You're gonna watch this later. Arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up WaniKani for yourself. You're always welcome to come on by, discuss, keep each other mutually motivated. So until next time, minasan mata ne. Ite kurete arigatou. Thanks for watching. See you guys next time. I'm gonna get up, stretch, walk around a little bit, and I will be back for Bunpro. Thank you. Alright, folks. Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は181日目です。It is day 111. Let's get right into our lessons here. にする and する. So different from decide. Okay. It's にする on an adjective. Interesting. So these are not following nisuru, not following a verb. It's a ni and the ku for the adjectives and nouns. When combined with a non-adjective, nisuru or kusuru in the case of e adjectives carries the meaning of to make more a. Oh, okay. Just like the nisuru grammar point that is used for highlighting decision, right? This nisuru construction implies that the speaker has a high level of control over the action. Okay, I see that.
この建物をもっと丈夫にする方法がありますか?
Yep.
汚い部屋をきれいにするのは大変だ.
Mm-hmm.
風呂を熱くするよ。いい?
Okay.
このコーヒーを甘くするために砂糖をください。
Basically, this changes the adjective into an adverb and then uses suru to show that the adjective itself is the thing that's being done. Yeah. Fun fact, nisuru is one of 4 regularly repeating grammar patterns in Japanese that highlight the level of control that the speaker has over the action result of an action. From highest to lowest level of control, these are as follows. Nisuru, high level control, the speaker or subject can perform this action themselves. Ninaru, high level control, the speaker or subject can perform this action themselves, but there's no external control. Yep. Tosuru, medium level of control, the speaker or subject can perform this action, but some outside factors may need to be considered. And then Onaru, low level control, the speaker subject has almost no control over these actions, and something that came about purely due to external factors and being discussed. And I imagine it might include all of these in the same thing, although I'm not entirely sure how. I'm guessing then the e adjectives and nouns would turn into ku. I don't know how these vary with these 3 varies with the adjectives. Probably just change it to ku. We'll see. Oh, yeah. You change it into ku. Nisuru, kunaru, kusuru, and ninaru, kunaru express changes, change but different focus. Nisuru and kusuru implies making something a certain way. Right. The difference is between focusing on the agent causing the change or simply framing in terms of the thing itself changing. Yeah. Which also infers a level of control. Excuse me. Okay. Koi. We didn't have this grammar point yet. I guess we only had the grammar point on E, not Koi. And then various versions, like to be better, like Olgai. Okay. Verb. I'm guessing that's just straight up verb. And the adjectives, and then we have the dot for the non-adjective and the noun. Wishing for others. Desired outcome phrase. Wishing for other. Okay, so you get used ne. Wishing for oneself. Na. Da. And kedo. With some alternative. Oh, this grammar point seems a little. He wants here about toi. One of the regular uses of to particle is to express if, right? However, unlike some other structures like nada, tada, and to implies that the if result of to is something that will definitely happen, or is a natural consequence of a happening. When combined with the e adjective e, it means if a, it would be good. Okay, this construction may be used with any phrase ending in a word in its standard form, right? Any word in a word, not just a verb. Yep.
明日は学校に行きたくないな。雪が降るといいな。
That's like hoping for oneself? And though it's just not? Not an extended not? Okay.
今夜のパーティーは楽しいといいね。
This is wishing for others.
先輩が言っていることが本当だといいね。今夜の夕食は魚だといいなと弟が言っていました。
Yeah, okay, I see. Yeah, okay. Because still expresses a certain outcome, the good in this grammar construction often sounds quite strong, leading to oi regularly being translated closer to I hope or I wish. Yeah. There are several situations in which this grammar point can be used to express that you are hoping something for yourself or hoping something for someone else. This is primarily determined by the use of na or da kedo, right? Da kedo. They're combined or shortened, I imagine. Yeah. Oh no, just the kedo can be modified. Unda is fine. Yeah, this is probably the level of politeness as well. And then you can replace, des to. I imagine this also is a level of formality. Because kedo is the most informal. And then kedomo, and keredomo, and then ga, the literary ga, perhaps.
明日は晴れるといいな。 明日の試合で勝つといいんだけど相手が強いから自信がない。
だけどOkay.
来週は彼氏が来るといいね。
Okay. When this expression finishes with kedo, keredomo, ga, it can imply that there are some external. Oh, I see. So it serves a different function this time. And then des would be the formal and informal. Interesting. 明日の朝に荷物が届くといいんだけどthat they deliver the luggage tomorrow morning, or I guess it would be dakedo means oneself, right? So I hope they deliver or they send, I suppose, or arrive there. This the act of receiving something, or not literally receiving it, but be given or delivered luggage tomorrow, or package, whichever. This can be referring to a package. However, it's going to start snowing. Oh, so what is that? 今夜から雪が降るから distribute 配達 oh that's a delivery, yeah. 配達が大変そう。Yeah, seems, yep, okay. Seems that it's gonna be very difficult to make the delivery because it's going to snow tonight. Starting to read things backwards, but that's fine. Oh? No. Takara, oh right, Takara Kuji. That sounds so fun. Takara Kuji, oh, lottery ticket. Takara Kuji ni atoru toいいんだが I hope I win the lottery. 1枚しか買っていないからないと思う。Because I think because I only bought one ticket, probably not gonna come true. Or I don't think it will. I don't think I will. That's fine. Yep. Oh, that's a lot to think about. Okay. It's quite a lot to think about. Alright. So, yo ni nara. Reach the point to come to that thing. So, that would imply a verbiage. Verb. And then, oh, dekiru. Oh, okay. And then you can also use nai and ru form. Okay. when combined with the particle ni, and the verb naru, so ni naru yo expresses that a particular action has reached a point of being completed, able to be completed. Because of this, yo ni naru is regularly translated as to reach to the point that A or turn into A. Okay, to use yo ni naru, it will need to be added to the plain potential non-past form of a verb.
毎日漢字の練習をすればきれいに漢字を書けるようになります。
Plain potential non-past form of a verb. Kakeru. Oh, okay. Right. Interesting. Plain potential. Okay.
早く走れるようになりたい。
All right. I'm looking at this and I'm still not quite sure why that's written there in that way. When using this grammar structure, we will need to remember that suru does not have a potential form. Okay, yeah. Therefore, dekiru will be used with words that usually act as suru verbs. Oh. And then how does the nai work? So kami o kirei ni katto. Katto? Oh, yeah. Katto dekiru yo ni 4になるのか夢です。夢です。夢です。So, is a dream or my dream that I reached a point or I can able to cut beautiful hair or cut my hair nicely. Yeah. Or cutting well hair. Okay. Yeah, this is just illustrating the dekiru thing. 自分から行動ができるようになってください。Please be able to do stuff by yourself. Please turn into someone who can act on their own. Yeah, okay. Fair enough. However, 4になる is not limited to being used in the affirmative sentence. Okay, may also be used after verbs with a night. Alright, this shows that something has reached a point of not being able to. So it's just night, right? There's no... Oh... Okay, negative potential. Oh yeah, that's right. Because if its potential is the eh roll, it still has its ending, so then you can just change it to... Okay. Okay, all those points are checked. Alright, got you.
来年から現金が使えないようになる。来月から会社で喫煙できないようになります。
Yeah, this is another one of those. In English, it would not be explicit enough. Unless people actually use English words to say that. Maybe like I will be able. Able is probably the word here. Like it will able, no, but it doesn't fit in all situations. That's why it reached a point where it's pretty good. Like it will be able. It will to the extent you will not be able. Yeah, I see. Reached a point is pretty good. That's a great way to look at it. Yeah, because otherwise this part in colloquial English does not specify anything. It doesn't. It would be I want it would be like I want to run faster. Oh, it was already there. That'd be like something like this. This would be the typical format, and you wouldn't be able to you would infer by default that it's always the desire is this phrasing. I think this would be the default. Like I want to run faster, meaning, oh no, not really. Yeah, this is not enough. Sometimes I would ask a question, do you mean run fast? As in like a point of being fast? Or do you mean run faster in the sense of faster than you are now? Or that you run slow? You run slow and that you want to run faster. So none of this has any like a point of reach when it comes to this, and that's a pretty typical reductiveness of English phrases. Like, for example, I want to learn Japanese, for example, right? And this would suggest that you like, or I want to learn more Japanese. All of these things don't have this resolution, like the various resolution, and it will require such phrases as this. Or I guess a favorite one would be, I want to be fluent in Japanese. That's a pretty standard comment that someone makes, and like this is often reach the point, this, because they're talking about a goal. And oftentimes I'm not talking in that way. It's I want to be more fluent in Japanese, which is anywhere from not fluent or even lower, like beginner, or even 0, all the way to fluent, whichever this arbitrary point is, which is what this phrase is going to be referring to, and past fluent, like mastery, which I don't agree. Being fluent means mastery. These two are two separate categorizations, and it's anywhere in this distance, like this range. That is my default, because if I'm going to talk to someone, I want to know exactly what they mean, because that would mean that I have to ask them, so what is this point that you want to reach? So in my opinion, this is actually the default of what people mean online most of the time, because they're talking about a goal. And then I often ask questions about the process. That's interesting. It's certainly a type of phrasing that I would have to get used to. Intriguing. These are really complicated. This one's pretty okay. Like, I'm okay with this one. But it has expanded because of all the other possibilities. This one's wild too. Has a lot of expanded personality. These possibilities. These grammar points are loaded. Very loaded. All right.
"ちゃんと英語を勉強すれば話せるようになる."
話せるように。Is that then? Yeah. れば、勉強すれば。Oh, no, wait. ちゃんと英語を勉強すれば話せるようになる。Okay. And then that says standard. As opposed to what exactly? Oh, it can be negative. Yeah, it can be, instead of affirmative, it can be negative. It can be polite. Okay. We can't think of any others, so we're just gonna keep going. Satisfactory outcome. And they already locked in what type of satisfactory outcome for someone else. So it would imply that is someone else. So you can win the game. Fair enough. I see.
試合で勝つといいですね。
いいですね. So the ne is implying that you're not hoping for yourself typically, you're hoping for someone else. That's interesting. Alright, and 頑張っていいよ。部員のください。Oh, imperative. Right. With 小さい。Okay, hold. So like 小さく て or is it して like maybe like 小さくさくにして You try any way of conjugating this structure. So I don't remember other than like needing. So is it just して? Oops. Okay.
頑張って部品を小さくしてください。
小さくしてください. Alright. That's a lot to digest. Oh, those three are pretty big. Okay, friend. Using. Alright. Keep going. 表情. That's just facial expression. 表情, surface feelings. Look, appearance. Surface expression. Okay. That's okay. 調査 investigation. Double investigation. 並ぶ to line up. Coincidence. 並ぶ was in one of the reviews. This is 変わる no 回るto turn or revolve. 気分 that's gonna add more 30. Now we're down to 25%, I think, out of 4. 気分 especially ね 届く to reach. Oh, this one's gonna be a little tough because I defaulted to be delivered, but that's not quite the most common. Yeah, oh, I see. That's why that todoku example. Okay. And todokeru is the transitive pair. Okay. This is wari. Oh, wariai. Oh, that might be a problem. Okay. Zen. Totsuzen. Erupt. Okay. Yeah, Totsuzen. Seek. Sure? No. Hazuneru. Oh no. Alright, that needs help. That without a doubt needs help. Oh, because that's inquire as opposed to seek. Oh, all those searches in there. How do you work? Alright. I think we're gonna use fork. Maybe Wolverine is fine here. Okay. Alright, I see that. And I think I haven't decided if I should attach the ending to the beginning or to the end statement. So this is Jean. Zoo. Edu. Chlorine. Okay. Okay. Azuneru. Alright. Dewa. Do we? You know what would be really awesome here? I guess I could write it in myself. It would be great if I knew which grammar point, if any, Dewa comes up. That would be kind of nice. There's no indicator in the vocabulary section of any grammar point. Like, do the reverse. That would be awesome. So let me go and check the where N2? That can't be the first Dewa, right? Oh no, there are a lot of Dewa. Oh, here it is. Oh no. Because Dewa is a little bit weird. Dewa is in a lot of things, but this particular Dewa, if sense because if not unless so it's difficult to know. Interesting. All right. It doesn't scream to me then well then. I might need something. We'll see as we move along here. Ude. Body parts have become okay for the most part. Oh, well, it's only okay if I'm looking at the kanji though. What is this? Shurui. Oh, kind or variety. Kind of weak. Do you that's okay. Tanin. Oh no, Tanin. Not Kanin. Tanin. That's it's kind of sketchy. Image. Image. This is not as self-explanatory as one might think. Say what? Oh, that's the kanji for kureru. Okay. I don't know if I recognize character. It might be optional largely because it's probably not characteristically. Yep. Oh, well, here it is. Oh, they didn't use it right as kureru. Oh, that kind of makes sense. All right. Haven't gotten it. So catapult. Catapult, all right. We got go. Looks like go. Okay. And it is. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Training or education. Fair enough. So we got 教育. How strong is my IQ? Not that strong. Iku is a rare onyomi. I'm back to it. I have a feeling that's gonna go straight into a bookmark. Ate, home, family, okay. This one, te, is like a mix. It's a mix. Mixed read as in, instead of niwa. When it comes to usage. And then this is, Okashi. Okashi. Oh, ay. I am unaware of this one. Nope. Huh. How do I do? No, not aware of how this works. Okay. Hang on though. So we have this one is what? Second one we're familiar with, Shaw, and the other one, oh, as opposed to what? Ka? Uh-oh. The heckin' lip ring strikes again. Yeah, so it is ka, but it became an o. Or is it? Oh, yeah. This is very, very different. Because I think this is exceptional read, right? This is an exceptional read. Not a, as far as I know, the onyomi and the only registered read that I know is ka for the left side. Alright. I'm gonna, let's say, possible. Oh, you know what? What was my last one? Where was it? I think this could... No. That's fine. We did it. Oh, goodness. This is a lip ring. I don't know how much I like lip ring. Let's try something different. Oh, that's why I wrote can. I'm gonna use can. Lip ring is not great. Possible. Okay. heaven as opposed to what? Oh, just kidding. Husband goes through. Shoot. And we're gonna use shoot here. It's shoal as opposed to wara. Well, gee. Oh, I don't know about that. That's probably the most challenging to... Alright. That's the most challenging to the mnemonic device that I currently have. Alright. So, a person with whom has a bond of mutual affection and trust, right? Okay. The way one's face conveys emotion or feeling. So we take surface and expression and feelings at the same time. Okay. A systematic process of gathering information or data for analyses or research. This one is the double investigation. This will be ending up being like a 50-50. The action of people forming a queue or standing in a row. Okay. A verb describing the action of something spinning or rotating around a center point or doing something in a broad manner. There's a lot. Let's see if... Oh, some of the some of the lower ones are a little bit questionable. The others are fine. Up to like 6. One's emotional state or disposition at a particular moment. This is going to end up being like a 33% whenever this comes up. Kimochi, jibun self, jibun might be a thing too, or kanji. The action of something reaching its destination or being delivered. Fine. The relationship between different quantities, often expressed in terms of a fraction or percentage. This one's a little weird on the character side of things. Because Wadi, not too bad. An adverb indicating that something happens abruptly or unexpected. Right, it's the 2 suttons. Well, the other one's not necessarily sudden. Double check. Yeah, not the greatest. It's the nature of being sudden. Or stab. This is stab as well. Okay, a verb that expresses to pose a question or request information from someone. Okay, and then this one was wild, right? Right, and then he inquired about... Okay, alright. I think I'm okay with this. A slightly casual phrase that is often used to transition from one topic or something to another, a statement to another. Yeah. That might come back to be tough. The part of the human body that extends from the shoulder, the hands. Okay. Okay. As long as I can imagine the kanji, I suppose. The different categories or types that something can be divided into. Right. Shu is weaker than Dui. Yeah, she was definitely weaker than Dui. What is that? Actually. Le. Le is the right, but Zhong. Zhonglie, I think. Is that even a thing? I don't think so. What probably makes it weak. Yeah. But Zhong it is a type. And then combining Zhonglie would be type and kind. Okay. The state of being able to act and make choices without constraints. Freedom and liberty. One is. So. You. Okay. A person who is not oneself, or someone who is not oneself, or someone familiar. Oh, like not another person. Okay, right. Okay. The mental picture that someone creates, usually in order to achieve some sort of goal. Yeah. This one, usually for this katakana would be the me instead of the ma, like imaji as opposed to imeji. That's gonna be the mix up here. A polite way to describe receiving something from someone. Alright. So Kureru is okay, but the character is not. Okay, I got it. The process of fostering knowledge, skills, and values through formal or informal learning. Right? Training from education related things. Oh. And then is what is iku? Sure. Yi. You. Oh. You. Right? Yeah. 教育. Right? 教育. Okay. The social unit composed of individual living under one roof. The social unit composed of individuals living under one roof, often related by blood or marriage, running the home as a whole. And the big one. An adjective describes something that is amusing or unusual in a peculiar way. Because this is very close to omoshiroi. Unless I'm reading this incorrect. Oh, no. So let me think about this. We got the... And then we... Okay. All right. Alrighty. What? Really?
彼の声は非常に遠くまで届きます。
Okay, okay. Alright.
私の母は足も腕もとても長いです。
25歳で家庭を持つ。
子供を教育する。
Heck. I think I got two things backwards now.
彼女の表情が何を表しているのか分かりません。
楽しいことをイメージする。
では、今日の授業はここまでです。
Oh, that's a good phrase.
アイスを買うために長い列に並ぶ。
Ice for short for ice cream. Like it. No. Dang it. I had a feeling this was gonna happen.
割合を求める。
求める。Interesting. Wariai, and then they use motomeru instead. Huh. 子供に親の前を ask. 尋ねる。
子供に親の名前を尋ねる。
尋ねる。警察官が事件への調査しています。
警察官が事件を調査しています。
突然大雨が降り始めました。
自由を手に入れる。
I forgot the left character. The read on the left character. When does it? It's not that. Oh.
このピザには4種類のチーズが使われています。
風車が回る。
気分が良い。
Whoops.
何がおかしいの？
彼はいつもマッサージをしてくれる。
母が娘に、他人にも優しくしなさい。
しなさい。
昔からの友人と酒を飲みに行く。
えThe question is, do I take this breather and run with it? Yeah, we'll do grammar tomorrow. Not today, though. Not today. Biding our time, pasting ourselves. Alright, folks. That's a wrap for my Bunpro session today. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up Bunpro for yourself, give it a go. You know, work at your own pace, I suppose. Love to hear how you go about things, discuss, exchange ideas, keep each other motivated. Until next time, 皆さんまたね。見てくれてありがとう. Thanks for watching. See you guys next time. I'm gonna get up, stretch, walk around, and I'll be back for HanziHero. Thank you. Alright, folks, welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第464天。It is day 464. Let's get right into our lessons. I think today is going to be a time we can catch up on some character reviews. Opportune moment. Cha. Looks like Cha for investigate. We'll probably add investigate to the list. So Charlie Brown is in front of the auditorium where he is trying to investigate trying to work as a host. However, he keeps hearing whispering from the mouths of the patrons. Criticizing how depressed he looks all the time. Oh, Charlie Brown.
Cha.
Jai. Oh, hey, purification. Oh, no, wait. Is that not purification? Abstain. Huh. Well, that is certainly one way to view it. That's really unique looking. I don't think I have any Jai that is remotely close to this. Yeah, Jai is way out there. Alright. This one could be tough. I think Japanese didn't. This is for purification. Although abstain was kind of close, I think. It's kind of like an abstain. Purify something. James Bond is in front of the high school, alright, where he has decided to abstain from his career as a secret agent and to abstain from taking lives, also to abstain from eating any meat. He sits in front of an altar that is on the school. Okay, not the greatest. Let's say James Bond is in front of a high school. He is investigating a boarding high school where he is tracking a specific maid that works at school. He is abstaining from getting involved directly. So he is trying to recruit the maid to leave messages. Intel by an altar by the high school. Okay. Okay.
J. Long.
Long. Oh, that's another long. Oh man, it's the cockroach. Alright. Young. Okay. The young boy again. Okay. Megalos is inside the apple, where he is once again trying to instill good faith, a young male elves' abilities. he demonstrates to the young man, young elf, how to rid the chapel of insects like cockroaches using his elvish dexterity. Okay. Okay. Cockroach. Cockroach it is.
狼
Another insect.
张
Oh, this must be the companion. The companion character for cockroach. All of the insects will, like the more specific insects, likely have 2 characters. And that does look like a Jung. Alright. So. I think we're gonna use chapter for this. Or conspicuous. Or chapter. Wait. Chapter? Chapter. Okay. So James is in front of the conspicuous. I think also has is related. James is in front of the chapel where he has been given a chapter on how to exterminate cockroaches as part of his role next mission to infiltrate the priesthood. Chapter allows him to skillfully use his secret agent gadgets to rid of the cockroaches, gain favors the local priest. Okay. Alright.
张
Alright.
唱
Chung. Those look like Chung. Disappointed. And Charlie Brown. This is gonna write itself. Longest soul. Charlie Brown is in the bathroom of the chapel where there's a sign for the longest soul on one of the stalls. In front is a long line of priests lining up to see which Charlie okay. Alright, Charlie Brown is in the bathroom of the chapel where he is trying to find solace from the long service that evoked a disappointment in his own, that it's an attempt to solve his disappointed soul. It's okay, it writes itself. I think
唱
the long might get a little lost here, just a bit.
插唱狼摘张
Alright.
生
Chunk. Oh no, another silent one. I'm getting quite a lot of silent ones. Clothing. I mean, it does look like clothing, but certainly doesn't look like Shunk. What do we get? E? The glitter bomb does kind of give you a Shunk, though, to some extent. yeah, like reward. The roof of the chapel with clothing. Shrek is on the roof of the chapel where he's trying on different clothes. He has borrowed a couple chests of holy clothes and dresses that he dug up in the roof so nobody would judge him as he tries them on. He opens up the first chest and bam, a glitter bomb explodes that was inside, covering all the clothes with glitter. A thief deterrent device. It has the opposite effect as Shrek thinks some of the dresses are now more pretty with all the glitter. He finds a huge one. Sure. Okay. Yishang. Okay. Yishang. That's
生
okay. Chang.
侠
Xia? Does look like a Xia. Law. Kind of reminds me of Dian. Dian also has a scepter, but carries Dian on the right. This is a scepter carrying Xia on the right. For Flaw as well. The duffel bag. Xena's inside the lobby of the auditorium. She finds a random duffel bag in the corner. She tries to open, only to find that the duffel bag has a flaw in the zipper, preventing it from being opened. So Xena takes out her sword and cuts it open. Inside are a bunch of scepters, each with a flaw. It seems they are old stage props and not really... Why is a duffel bag a flaw? Yeah, alright. I think it's okay.
侠战
Jan. Yeah, that's Jan for unfold. Or, yeah, unfold on the right. Now we got turnover. I think we're gonna go with it. So unfold car, turnover. James Bond is in the pawn shop, where he is in the basement of the pawn shop, where he has stashed a getaway car. And he is returning a getaway car. In the trunk, he turned over the bed to unfold unfold a large storage area for some secondhand goods shop. Is secondhand goods, weapons, and sure. Okay.
战离
Lee, a raccoon dog, like a tanuki. Tanuki. It does look like a Lee. Now equipped with an animal. Okay, so now I'm starting to get the feeling like this part. So now we have animal, flower, insect, moon. Right, that's 4 things. I'm missing something else. Scepter. So these represent like 5 groups of larger radicals, where these 5 radicals tend to pair up with a sound carrying radical to identify a larger group of things. An animal is obviously animal, but it's not always. However, they do represent a larger group. That's interesting. Like, kind of abandons what the Lee part is. Okay, that does look like a Lee. Let's see what they got. Link is inside the living room of the house where he finds what appears to be a poodle wrapped with a bunch of rope. Sure. He takes one end and pulls it, unraveling a Chinese mile worth of rope short. Underneath all of the poodle-looking rope is a raccoon dog that then runs away before Link can catch it. Dashing under the couch. We're gonna switch it up a wee bit. Link is inside the house where he has received a quest to follow the trails of a missing raccoon dog that belongs to the homeowner. He was also given a companion poodle who will help him track raccoon dog from Chinese mile away. Alright. Okay.
梨包
Ball. There is a ball in there. Right here in the middle. With the dress. So we're gonna use Fool. Oh no, we're gonna use Protect in the middle. And then a dress. Praise. Interesting. We're nesting really aggressively because that would mean that I get to practice all the other characters within characters. Bart is in front of the barn where he where he has stolen a bunch of dress, farmers, praise. Usually you don't praise. Maybe he has managed to steal of dress. He then sold back praising how wonderful they are at protecting farmers from the usual usual farming tasks, while praising his own scandal and protecting his investments. It's not the greatest.
包 生 斩 辖 梨 包
All right.
愣
Lung. Oh, that's not good. That one is rough. We have Jung on the right, but with Lung, I don't know if I have a pointer with. I think this might be a first one. Yep, it's the first one. Alright, I'm gonna use correct, probably, from Jung. Alright. Panic stricken. Alright. So Legolas is in the bathroom of each manor, trying to help with his elvish wisdom to calm the elvish noble from their being panic stricken. Panic stricken soul able to perceptively calm the panic stricken soul by saying the correct okay.
愣，碎，
Say, yikes. Well, that's certainly different. Dude, we're gonna use exit though. Wait, hang on. There might be something. Or Sway. What am I thinking of? Might be the bottom part. Alter? Garlic? Garlic's the closest, I think. Oh, we could use show. Yeah, Swan. Swan is the closest because of the altar. We're gonna use double things. So Superman is in the bathroom. Where he is trying to show an evil spirit how to exit. I don't know, pressuring it with powers, freezing the evil spirit in a block of bathtub, showing it who's boss. But that's okay. In the beach
See.
house? Okay. Okay.
和，
Shut. That bottom thing reminds me of something. Past plates. Something like maybe. Oh, or K. Yeah, K. I don't think anything else comes close to Ke. We're still gonna use past plates and saloon door. Okay, He. Or past dishes. Harry Potter is inside the plant where he has to make sure all the magical plates had been shut down properly each day. Shut and isolate it in order to prevent the do not shut down all past plates properly and replace them with new ones. Transfer the past dishes to storage. Transfer discard past dishes behind ugh. Okay. That's okay. I think.
河图
Pool. Alright. That looks like pool, at least one of them. Cattail. Yep. Yet another. There's one that is like cattail. I don't think it's pool. This is yet another plant. Closest thing we have is grape. I think grape is actually in this. Okay. It's Popeye though. Darn you, Popeye. Alright. Popeye is inside the house, where he is casually where he taking a break from sailing. Naturally, he has set up a couple of trellises, spraying them as he is trying to grow special type of cattail that flowers like spinach tastes like grapes. I think.
图节
Yeah. I don't know anything about botany. Eyelash. Hmm. That right hand looks very interesting. Definitely don't see as a eyelash. Yeah, right here, nimble. I think nimble is the closest thing to Jie. The only combination. How did Jie work? Brush and a pointer with his fingers. Oh, this one's not that great either. Oh. I used... Oh, it's foot, not point. Wait. But this one's pointer. Hmm. Swap up? Hmm. We're gonna use the foot thing. Okay. So he is inside the Neutron is inside the electricity plant, where he is showing off once again. He able to invent something that he doesn't have to keep an eye. The generators nor legs. Well, he simply say N. Write orders to a robot as he attends to his eyelashes. It's back in. Yeah, gotta wait.
结
Ugh.
愣 图 结 和 岁
Okay.
训
Xing. Does look like a Xing. Die for. What is that? Group of 10? Group of 10. Skeletons. Alright. X is in the bathroom of the infirmary. He trying to all the nurses, doctors, after a and died. for the sake of protecting the armory from an invading army of skeletons. I have no idea where I'm going with this. Blast it through the tile walls. Okay.
训 Hoang
Hoang. Alright, Hoang. I guess we can use Emperor. Oh no, Emperor's already there. It's fine. The Hulk is inside the chapel. In one of the pews where the Emperor suddenly comes in, he comes up to the Hulk and gives him some holy sandals. Eek! Eek! Hmm. Hulk is inside the chapel where he is investigating an ancient alien relic. It was said that the Emperor, an alien emperor, once posing as an emperor, a bygone time, left some sandals under the altar. The emperor in the atrium, the chapel. Hesitates. He carefully examines, discovers the ancient relics. Okay, not the greatest either.
Hoang
Oh, hesitating. That's a little
为
out of the box. Rose? Okay, so May was the other Rose. This does look like Wei. What is the closest Wei? Tiny? Like fine? Something like that? Mountain is pretty good. Wei, the full bottom with some flowers. Where are you, Wei? There it is. Tiny. We'll use Tiny. There is inside the beach house where he is. He has come out with a new product or a new method of distribution. He has hired to distribute tiny rose flowers with the product stored in the potted rose flower. Okay. Be distributed to the beach Goers. All right.
为够
Go. That looks more like oh as opposed to go. We can use queen. Queen. Oh. And dirt? With oh. Interesting. Alright. In the bakery. So Gandalf is in the bathroom. Bakery, where he has the unexpected pleasure of meeting the queen. But this is related to Ho as well. The other one unexpectedly meet pleasure of queen will happen to be trying to get some dirt. Her dress. Oh, we shouldn't use other things that would create conflict. Oh, that has dirt in it. For proceeding to enjoy some pastries. He obliged by you simple spell to her and offer to escort her back to the croissants. Okay. Okay.
够怂
Song. That does not look like a song. It does kind of look like a shoe. Or a dong. This one's probably the toughest. We're gonna use bundle. Oh, I think bundle's already there. Okay. It's bundle by default. SpongeBob is in the basement of the temple, looking around when he comes across something that frightens him. On the rock floor is a bundle of distorted souls that are tied up with some special rope. Not fired up. They make screaming sounds which frighten poor SpongeBob. He runs as fast as he can. Opposite. No fear, carefree. SpongeBob is in the basement of the temple, where he started running around, frightening the monks in the area as they feared SpongeBob would create a ruckus by disturbing messing with bundles of relics, artifacts that will frighten the souls of their ancestors. Okay.
怂
All right.
训为黄够 送
Alright. So today we're gonna try to spend some time and go through some of these characters. Maybe we can shorten our queue here. I'll probably do like a bit and then take a break and then come back and do a couple more. So let's get into it. Gotta crack some freebies too. I'll be a little bit more liberal as well.
ni ti
Do freebies. Okay. Dang, that's a lot of freebies. I think that's fine, but I'll find out what they want. Maybe like, oh, gas, that's fine. Whoops, I can't spell. Okay. Alright. 15 freebies. That's pretty solid.
干
Hua. Dang it! I felt pretty confident with that one. Why does this remind me of... Oh no. I don't know. What?
断 画
What happened here? I don't know yet.
屯
Not smear. Dang it. I don't know what it is at the moment.
匪
Something about scooping lots of feed stockpile. Okay. It's okay.
烟
What? Oh, me.
你
Hmm. Wall for scorch. Okay. Ladling the fire. Yeah, okay. That's fine. Yarn? Egg.
胶
Probably fall. Okay. No. One.
着
Peck. I think Peck is gonna end up being a bypass for quite some time.
着 想 你
Or squint. Either.
认面力
What? Hmm. Oh. This is
摇
it's a proper noun. And I don't know about that one.
喝
What? Oh. Wait. Oh, this is Qing.
爱大
Oh no.
碗囊神 心
Oh no, that's P. Hmm.
电
E.
早屁
It's like being out of the way. Yeah, it's okay. Ah? Huh. What? Oh, that's a typo. Okay. Have to lose my cool here. I don't know how I divided this up. And I still don't think how I divided this up. Is it Joe? Okay, right. But how? I think I'm going to. This doesn't look quite right. We'll rewrite that.
哼接 雨就
What? Wait. Oh no. Ooh, man.
灭
It is eliminate. Extinguish and eliminate.
画 篓
Gotta go a little bit quicker. A bit quicker. What?
哼
It's not snork, but smooth. Although it does overlap with snork a little bit. You know, that not I'm gonna write this down. I was not in the neighborhood for that. Quite a bit off, actually. It's one of those characters.
句
Don't think it's... No, that's... Dual does not have the fingers. None doesn't have those either.
you
It's like a phrase, like with that which. Okay, that's not gonna work until later. But this was show.
火 班
Oh, sort. I have no idea. How did the one axe to rule the world work? Dang it. I don't know.
炕
Not that. If all else fails, test for proper nouns, I suppose. Probably Ming a chirp. I'm thinking of Pro. What the flowers?
教
Oh. What kind of turntable is this? All you have is oh, probably like high. Of course it is.
分
Diao. Oh, Diao. Oh, I missed the I. I missed the I. What is this? Should be sort. Hua? Can you ask what's the difference between slow speaking and trailing off is from earlier? So I can still slow speak, but it's different from trailing off because you're not holding the note. That's the difference. So, at least in my opinion. So, when you were talking, if you're referring to if this is related to the thing that I was writing earlier today, you were trailing off most of the time, not slowing down. You can talk very slowly without sounding like you're constantly trailing off. Or you can say things by saying the same speed while constantly trailing off. So trailing off dealing with the pitch, not necessarily trailing off with the speed. Like you can still, you can still trail off when you're speaking the same speed. Words should have a gap? Not really. I mean, I think that's up to you on your choice. I don't know if not sure words need a gap. Typically it's very natural to add a gap between words. I mean, like Spanish, I don't typically speak Spanish. I don't imagine Spanish with very articulate gaps. Like, me hablo español. There's no like, me hablo español. 我可以说我可以说的中文 right? I don't think there's a gap between the words. I do place gaps between words to demonstrate the difference between holding a note and distinguishing between a note. That's my prosodic stress. I try to emphasize very specific words, and that does happen later down the road with specific languages, not simply English. So you can emphasize things with gaps, pauses. Like whenever in Japanese, you'll probably hear someone have gaps between every particle. So like, watashi wa, right? Watashi wa, 勉強を、英語です。Right? Or 英語勉強を like they would have gaps or emphasis and connection. So wherever there's like a transition word in whatever the language is, or transition between ideas, there will be gaps between them. And that's kind of how I separate English sentences as well. And I pause because the gaps come in punctuations. Like when you ask, can I ask, what's the difference between slow speaking and trailing off? That's, you know, those are the pause points. And that's very similar in Japanese and in Chinese, where you have gaps and pauses where you think the ideas are either complete or finished or they're connected with each other. Like for example, 我可以说中文，但是我中文不太好. So like I could speak Chinese, however, it's not very good. Which is what I said at the same time. Like that's how I would say it in English. I'm able to speak Chinese, but it's not very good. Which is the same prosodic stress that I would use when I'm speaking Chinese. And for Japanese, can is a weird thing, huh? I guess you would use dekiru. So like 日本語を話してできる? Oh, I don't really know. I guess you can infer that you can, but I'm trying to think of combining dekiru with hanasu to make it so that I can speak Japanese, or maybe 少し日本語. Still work in progress for that. The reason why Chinese is a little bit more natural for me is because you don't conjugate in Chinese. Meanwhile, Japanese, I would have to think about what form to use for the possibilities of doing something. Yeah. I think trailing off is most illustrated by, like, you can talk really long, you can talk really quickly and just, you know, okay, I have a lot of ideas. That's trailing off. I have a lot of ideas. That's not trailing off. Despite them maybe very similar. Like, oh, I don't know. Versus, oh, I don't know. Right. One is trailing off and one is not. And then when you're slow speaking, sometimes I feel when someone needs to slow down the pace of their speaking voice, the necessary thing is to be comfortable with spacing out the words in a manner that slows down the words, but not necessarily trail off because they're slowing down. I know that it can be very tough for individuals to accent words across a longer length deliberately without sounding like they're trailing off because they're trying to fill in the gap of their cadence that's missing. At least that's my opinion. And one way to not feel like it's trailing off is often to maintain the pitch that was intended. At least that's what I was referring to if you're talking about the whole my Chinese comments, because sure is not the same as sure versus sure. So same distance, right? Sure 说说说想想想想 So if you complete it, it's the full duration. It's the same duration. So 想想想 So it kind of like falls off instead of making it the complete thing. Oh, is it the same thing you do in English sometimes? Yeah, pretty much. I already mentioned that you're still intelligible. Like, what I mean is I can still understand what you were trying to say. The idea is it feels like you're tired. It sounds like you're sleepy and tired. Whether you are or not, that's not the point here because I wouldn't be able to tell without context. But it sounds like you're sleepy and tired. And when you talk like that in English, it will sound like you're sleepy or tired. Like, I don't know. Words should have gaps, right? Or is it the same thing? I do that in English sometimes. That kind of thing. Where like everything is very low or it always ends very low. As opposed to like your middle thing. I think one of the things that give it away is I have an example once I get it. So when you have sure, like right, when sure is up here, and then you need to go down like sure the. 说的 right? 说的 It's not 说的 right? This would be 说的 The example you gave me is 说 and then the next one is 的 But 的 is not down here, right? This is your midtone, so this is 5 and this is 1. So 说的说的 not 说的说的说的说的说的 is 说的说的 which is your middle, your chest voice. So the reason why that happens is if you drop too far, it will kind of sound like 3. 说的说的说的 So 的的的的的的的的的的的的的的的的的的 You have to have 3 levels regardless. And each time when you're saying something else, your high pitch is good. Right, whenever you have a 1, it's high, and then whenever you have a 2, it goes from 1 to 3, not 1 to 5. So every word that has a high claim, it ends up ending up with fry as opposed to in the middle. And then 说的the is mid, it's a 5. If it was like 4, it would be 说的 not 说的 That's what it sounds like every time you're doing anything that needs to drop from a higher place to a lower place. You drop very low, like super low. And that's probably what you mean by you sound weird or you sound a bit off, because people drop down to the neutral voice. You're always starting neutral, right? Sure. So 2, 1, 4. Sure. not sure, 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 sure. That's really far down. Sure, sure, sure. So you have to tighten and end at your neutral voice. The thing is, it wouldn't always be the same syllable or like the same sound. So usually the follows in speaking. So shoulder, not shoulder, shoulder, shoulder. Too far down. That's probably what I can pick up. That might sound weird to you. So what it sounds like is you do a 1, and then maybe it goes down to mid, and then something needs to drop, like another 4. So let's say 1, 5, 4. And what happens is it sounds like you nail the shore, and then another is the 4 ends up sounding like a 3. Because now you're starting here instead of up here. So 说的话 is a great example. So 说的话. So it's at the top. It's at 1. 说的话, not 说的话. 说的话, 说的话. When you're going 说的话, that means this part is getting lower than your neutral. So it's going to sound a little weird because this then becomes a pseudo 3 where you haven't repeated the higher pitch. 4 is typically closer to your 1, but not exactly 1. So oftentimes the most common pattern is that it's your 1 is the highest point in all of your speech, and it's usually descending from the top. 4/5 don't drop below middle at all. No, it doesn't. 3 is the only one that does, typically. It can drop below, like what I mean is it can trail slightly below, but it's usually not approaching where 3 drops. So 3 drops a lot lower. But you're not going from 4, like 1 all the way down to 3. That's why, what I mean is, that might be why you think you sound weird. I don't think you necessarily sound weird. You sound tired, like you're really tired. But to illustrate the difference is 说的话 versus 说的话 That's what I hear more often. 说的话 So I still can make out that you're trying to do a 1-5-4 or like 说的对. These are pretty common patterns when you're saying something and modifying it. So this is to speak language, to talk, and then this is to say said correctly. 说的对. So 说的对 That's what I think you would say. 说的对 versus 说的对 Because 说对 not 说对 So 说的对 That's what's happening here. I think you have a natural inclination to complete from the past pitch. So if you have to do 1-5, so anytime there's a 1 and a 5 before another tone, like say 4, you either start at 1 tone or you start at 5. So like this. So this would be your top tone, this would be your mid tone, and you would start here on the 4. And if it was tone 1, you would start the top tone, and sometimes you might drop even further down, but typically it's because you start with the last pitch. Not that you don't understand the difference between this distance, right? I think your distance between these two are great, your high and mid tones. The thing is, your previous word sets where you're going to do a 4. So it kind of feels like you're just kind of constantly getting lower and lower in your, as you say a sentence, it starts getting lower and lower, relatively speaking. So you're dipping as opposed to keeping the levels like leveled, which makes you sound tired. So if it feels like you have no idea, in my opinion, why your vocal fry is coming, I think the vocal fry is because whenever you get a chest voice, so a 5, everything else ends up in your fry area, your 3 area. So all your 3s have a lot of fry, which is okay, that's expected. 3, you always drop. Typically, you tend to drop into the fry, like most people drop into their fry. However, when you're doing 4s after a 5, everything else is set relative to the 5, not to the 1. So 4s sound a lot less tired, right? This is your 5 level, this is your 1 level. And 4s sound less tired when you're starting from your 1, not from your 5. If you start from your 5, it will hit your fry probably. So 对 versus 对 对 对 对 对 对 对. So I can do 对 as well. I don't actually even know if this is a thing in Mandarin where you drop a 4 to a fry. So it would be not quite a 3. A 3 looks like this, but it doesn't have a sharpness. It's so hard not to fry the 4. Yeah. So you have to start higher, in my opinion, to keep yourself from sounding like you're rattling all the time. 4 is higher. So probably like do something like 说 and then do 说 说 说 说 说 ma 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 versus ma 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 说说说. I think, to tell you the truth, I think that's why some of your tones are getting confused when you're listening too, because I think you're listening for something that matches the fry, so then it's kinda going to be difficult to figure out where the 4 is. And the half tones or the 3s. So the 4s and 3s might end up getting confused a bit, depending on your relative pitch that you're listening to. Because technically, if you're gonna loosen up, if you loosen up the 4, it can still sound like a higher pitched 3. But if you don't have like a relative, if you're not listening for relative pitch to the beginning or overall over a sentence, you might not be able to tell the difference between sure, 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 because you don't know what the high pitch is. Sure, if you hear sure, sure would sound more like 4. If you hear sure and you hear sure, then that will be 3 as opposed to 4. Right? That can be a confusion. So then you can try something else. Like you can do a 5. This is a 5. Sure, sure, right? Like sure, 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 sure. Oh, wait, sure, 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 sure. And then you can probably try to transition into a 4. Sure, 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 right? Sure. So sure, that what you're trying to, like, what's happening is, I think you're doing this. The sure, 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 yeah, sure, 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 versus sure, sure, sure. So, or sure, 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 and then sure. How do you not end 4 too low even when it's starting at 1? Same length. That's kind of a problem, I guess. Same length. Or you stop when you hit mid. So like, for example, sure, right? Sure, sure. So sure. So sure. Like I end whenever I get to mid. You can do that, but typically you fill out the length. Like if you're saying sure, then sure should be the same length. And that's another way. So one way is to get used to the length. Another way is to stop when you hit your mid. Or, I mean, like, that's probably how I do it, where when it hits the mid, I stop. Like, I don't keep going. So, but usually it's a combination. When my pitch hits, so when my pitch goes from 1, like the 1 area, to the 5 area, I stop. But if my 1 is this long, then I would stop like this way. So it's a combination of length, and pitch. I space out my descent, or I guess you could make it sound like a shorter thing, which kind of makes it sound weird. So like sure, 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 sure. That sounds really weird. So you have to extend the drop to match the length. So if you're saying, you could say sure, 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 sure. So sure, sure, 1 length, sure, sure, sure. That's fine. But since I say sure, I also say sure. They're the same length. Which is how I do it. I match the length and the pitch and distribute the pitch across there. The thing is, if you don't match the length, then you can keep descending, right? You can continue to descend. And usually you can allow that to happen at an end of a sentence. That's when a sentence trails off. That's perfectly alright. I don't think it'll feel really... it will sound different if you have it trail in the middle. But I think, in my opinion, that will solve itself when you understand where the sentence stops and then where the sentence goes. When you learn like phrases and stuff. Like, because if the thing that you pronounced, the thing that the voice clip that you showed or I heard was, it was unclear where, if you knew where it ended, like where the phrase ended. So, or where words that you would naturally stop on or something like that. So in English, you know, how do you not end 4 too low even when starting at one's level, right? So there are natural pauses, and I think in Chinese there are also places where you can pause a little bit, which allows for trailing off. I think it comes back to punctuations in English. We talked about punctuations before. These aren't in Chinese, so here's a funny little ironic coincidence, I guess. Here's a bit of ironic coincidence. In English, punctuation can help you understand where it is that pauses happen. But as far as I know, Chinese doesn't do this type of thing. However, when I speak Chinese, whether it's appropriate or not, I imagine where I would pause. So let's go out here and like grab a sentence or something. So 这些 right? 这些桥 right? 这些 I don't know if this is even legible for you. So 这些桥梁 right? 桥梁很 magnificent. What the heck is magnificent? 壮观 okay. 这座 right? Oh, this isn't share, sorry. 这座 so 这座 which is like this, right? Which I often pause here a little bit. So 这座 and then I'm looking for an object. So 桥梁很 or actually it could be you see the breakup, you see how they do it. There's a little space. And I don't know if people write this way, so I'm gonna assume they don't. But how they broke it up is very similar to how I would break it up. And then oftentimes I actually put this together. And then I put these two together. So 这座桥梁桥梁很壮观. That's kind of how I would add them, but oftentimes you can probably see people write spaces in between them. It's to remove, and you have to imagine like punctuation or something in there. So like this is 桥梁, right? 桥梁 and connect. Uh-oh. 什么街? 梁街了. So 梁街了. And 两座城市. I have a habit of grouping a demonstrative with its counter or a number with its counter. So this is two counter of cities. So 2 cities. So 这座 demonstratives are linked with their counter for me. So 这座 as in this, 两桌, 2 of this thing, so 2. And then this is the bridge, so 桥梁, which they are spaced out properly. So 桥梁. Oh, here's another example. 2 2. You can probably do this better than you can. Like, this is a good example. 2 2. So here's your 5 neutral, right? 2 2. Right? It's not, which I don't think you'll do this naturally, which is not the way to do it. 2 2. However, when you're going down, that's what's happening. When you're going down, you might do like, if there's a 5 in between, you end up going down. Like, if 5 is already set, you go down from here. But really, when 5 is set, you still go down from up there. From like up here. From your 1 position. So for this is an example, like you could say 桥梁, 桥梁, right? 桥 and then 桥梁, 桥梁 versus 桥梁, 桥梁. So I reset to mid. 桥梁, 桥梁, 桥梁. No, wait, hang on. 桥梁, 桥梁, which you just, if I keep going up. But you don't do that, at least in my opinion. And I don't think that happens too often. But when you're going from top to down, it keeps going further down. So you just keep going down. So the previous syllable is like lower. You just keep getting lower, as opposed to like resetting yourself, at least in my opinion. And this makes it sound like you keep going up. Like, here's some people do this in English. Younger people do this in English, where, and then, and then we had a good time, and then we had a great bridge, and then we went across the park, and then it was a great time, and then, like, it just keeps going up. Like, how like someone keeps pitching upward because they end with an uptone. So if they end with an uptone, they just keep going up. There is the impersonation that I'm trying to do is there's a Family Guy episode. There's a Family Guy episode where Stewie did this, where whenever the sentence ends on an uptone, then the sentence continue going up. So the previous pitch, the previous overall pitch of the sentence went up. So then Stewie starts the next sentence and goes up and continue to do that, as opposed to like resetting. So resetting would be you end in uptone, like a question, for example, when you ask a question, and then you reset back. You reset back to neutral. So then you can do another question, right? So, how's your day? How was the test? Instead of, so, how's your day? How was the test? Did it go all right? Like, it just keeps going up, right? Like and it could, you could do it for fun, but the idea is your pitch keeps getting higher and higher and it doesn't reset. So, but this is over a whole sentence. So I don't think English is a problem when it's over a whole sentence. That doesn't happen very often, but in Chinese it can. Like, and Brit 2 2s are a funny thing. Also 4 4s. 4 4s are another thing. Do we have a 4 4 here? Let me see. Jian Li. So it could end up, so this middle one here. Jian Li. So, jian, li, right? So I can put them next to each other. So, jian, 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 li, 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 li. It could end up, which is what I'm thinking you're doing, is you could have if you have either 4, it could step down. So like jian, 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 jian. So jian, where you stopped, and then jian. So up here, right, like jian, 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 jian. So it keeps going down, as opposed to jian, jian, like jian, 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 jian. Does your Japanese trail off or sound sleepy? Not when you're pretending. The thing that you are pretending. But the thing is, here's the thing about Japanese. You have mora. Well, I don't know if you think you have mora or not, but you speak with mora. So they're the same length. So when you're pronouncing Japanese mora, in mora, everything is short. It's short enough that they're all normalized as well. That's what Japanese mora does. It makes all these parts equal. So when it's equal, you have no way of trailing off. You don't trail because all of the things are normalized. That's what I'm thinking is the difference here. The nice thing is you did give me a Japanese sample. So the Japanese sample, when you're talking, you are doing what Japanese does, which is to have all your syllables like hajimemashite, hajimemashite, like de, hajime, you know, hajimemashite, hajimemashite, right? All of them are spaced out. So the way it works is fine. In Chinese and Japanese, I mean, in English, they're not mora, or they're not evenly spaced. The mora is not the same. Not the same mora. So like they don't maintain this, where it's like the smallest unit of spacing sound. So some ones like sure could sound shorter than the. Sure the. Right. At most, this sounds like there are 2 beats. And this sounds like there's 1 beat. Right? So then you have to imagine it. If you were gonna do Japanese mora, right? Trying to make everything the same, it would be sho da there's a second beat. So that means that when you're doing when you're holding a note, you're actually holding past the note. So that means you don't trail off, you hold it. So like for example, if you're sure, right? If you're sure, it's 2 beats. Let's say it's 2 beats. Then you have to hold this descent for 2 beats. And then when you have sure, it's also holding for 2 beats. So sure, 2 beats. Sure, as opposed to sure, like sure, like you know, like 1, 2. It's hard for me to clap and like say things at the same time. But the idea is, if you're keeping them the same, then they should be juxtaposed to the same. And duh, right? Duh sounds like 1. And duh. Like, I don't know how else to illustrate it other than I think, in my opinion, the reason why Japanese you don't trail off is because you're not guessing. There's no guessing. No guessing how long things are, how long the sounds are. And in English is very similar. English, I don't even know how to count moda in English because all the words have different moda. As in, there are different beats of the English words. They don't maintain like 1 to 1 all the time. So like, I don't know, flat versus flat. So flat, 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 flat. And depending on like how people pronounce the rest of their sentences, it could be longer, it could be shorter. So they don't regulate this too much. Now, I already mentioned that there is prosodic stress in Japanese, so they can extend and shorten certain places. But when you were speaking your Japanese samples, there was no prosodic stress. It was specifically maintaining the same moda. Would it be viable to speak higher as you can do in Japanese, or would that not solve anything? I don't know. It's like, if you speak higher, right? Let's say you're talking about, okay, what if you, whatever your chest voice is, and you're like, okay, well, I'll just speak higher, right? So that means that, let's just say super 1. So you're just making sure that you're going 1. I think your assumption is that there will be no vocal fry up here, right? If you're going, like, your 3 is going down to your chest and there's no vocal fry. Yes? That would stop the vocal fry. Does it change the problem that I hear about your strange thing? I don't know. The thing that I hear that's strange is when you do a 4 and then there might be like a 1 or a 5, your next 4 is dependent on the previous one. I don't know if your 2 is also dependent on your previous one. So like a 2 track, for example, you have a 2 and say 1 happens. Is your next 2 going to be higher, or does it reset? I think this one is fine. I think you reset because you don't want to go higher most of the time. However, for your 4, let's say it's 4, 5, and then 4 again. what I feel like is one of the things that make it sound weird is because you have 4, and if it's a 5, your 4 ends up lower than your original 4. It doesn't go back to being 4. So it doesn't look like this top one. It ends up lower. Which, if you start at a higher pitch, that still produces the same pattern, whether you like it or not. I think the idea is, how good are you with your existing pitch? And then how well are you with your length of your words? I think that requires practice. I'm not entirely sure how someone would train this type of thing. Like, you, like, how many beats is that? Right. Right. That would require that. And then, so they have to be the same pitch. So, right. Same pitch. And then you have the 1 and 5. The top part for 2 beats. And then you can do something like this where it's oops. It's tough just doing this. I don't think drilling like this will really help. But the idea is, like, even I'm breaking down, because maintaining, so you get used to knowing where your high pitch is. And then you also get used to what your lengths are. And I think the thing that helps is you're probably in a very non-specific way practice, right? You can probably intuit most of these things over time. And then tweak it out afterwards. I don't know if that's a great answer that you wanted. But usually it's like listening and then imitating on the one hand. And you did that in Japanese. You imitated. At least that's what I feel like you imitated. Which makes sense to me. Your Japanese doesn't sound like your English. Now, when someone says, well, yeah, Japanese is supposed to sound different, right? Like, someone would argue, yeah, of course, because Japanese is supposed to sound different than English. The part that I'm saying sounds different is your pitch. Your pitch sounds different than Japanese and English. Not your pitch accent. I'm not talking about the accent here. Not talking about that. Your overall pitch is higher in Japanese. You are not speaking within the range that you speak in English. And I agree with you about that when you say, does it solve anything about the pitch? Well, it would place your pitch closer to Japanese. So you speak at a higher overall pitch in general when you're doing whatever it is. And this, to me, is that whole stereotype where, like, oh, you sound more brighter when, like, people, depending on the language they choose, they sound brighter or colder. Oftentimes, if you have a bright English and you speak Japanese, it becomes colder. If you have a colder English, right? If you have a colder English, especially females, and then you model yourself after a Japanese female person, like a female, it can come off as brighter. And what I mean by brighter specifically is your pitch is brighter. Like you're higher in energy, right? Whenever someone increases the pitch of their voice, it can be a little bit exciting and it can be a little bit anxious. Maybe you're just sounding very nervous because all you're doing is just talking in your head and it feels like you're swallowing an air balloon or something, you know, on a little bit of a helium trip. I'm trying not to speed up my rate of speech, but oftentimes when I'm speaking at a higher pitch, it tends to make me want to speed up as well, right? That's kind of the idea. So I'm usually, most of the time, I constantly speak from my chest voice, which is the most, like, it doesn't sound like I'm always talking up here. It sounds more like I'm talking down here. And then you can really talk very slow, like, and you do, like, people do slow down. Slowing down also makes you relax a lot more so that your voice is a lot lower, right? If you start to slow down and also sound very low when you're trying to hit those very boomy low places, it really gets low when you try to slow down, right? That's kind of, I don't know what that's called, but oftentimes higher pitch also means faster pace. And then when you get to lower pitch, it often creates lower speed. And to me, I'm not skilled enough. Like, I'm not skilled enough to do this on demand, which is to keep, I have to try very hard when I'm hitting a higher pitch to not get faster. It's like kind of weaved into personalities online or like movies and TV shows. You know, when someone's really high pitched, they're also very giddy, right? You know, would it be viable to speak higher as I kind of do for Japanese? Or would that not solve anything? You know, it kind of just sounds like I'm very nervous. Do I not really use chest voice at all? You know? Like, because I'm really not sure what I'm going to talk about, that kind of thing. And in my opinion, because I've heard that so much, I tend to speed up when I'm thinking of someone who speaks very high pitched. However, I don't think this happens to Japanese people. I think Japanese people can go higher pitch and lower pitch without changing their speed. Because in my opinion, their language is very suited for that. It's one of those things that whenever you listen to like VAs, right, of video games, and they dub it in English and they dub it in Japanese. Japanese, regardless if it's higher pitch or lower pitch, like the person's sound, like the way they talk, regardless if it's higher pitch or lower pitch, they have less of a tendency to speed up or slow down. But when you listen to English dubs, which makes animation a little weird because it feels a little off sometimes because, you know, the rigs have mouth motion and timing. So oftentimes it's weirder to hear an English person, someone speaking English who speaks at a high pitch, also maintaining the same speed, in my opinion. This is me personally. Because English, when you think of someone who's high pitched, they tend to speak a little bit faster or a little bit like giddier, like a little bit like short, but they have the same spacing, so it comes off as a little cringy quite a bit. And cringy in the sense that it's not like embarrassing, more like it's kind of weird, it's a bit off-putting. However, when you take English and then you dub it in Japanese, oftentimes it loses that aspect of speed variances. So whenever I see like a really great English, English written show, like something like in Martin Scorsese, and then they try to dub it over in Japanese, the characters that are very uppity and giddy, high pitched, they are also very mellow in Japanese. Despite maybe having a higher pitched voice, it's mellow. It's very consistent. And yeah, sure, there are archetypes, and oftentimes in anime there are archetypes that does that, but that's in anime. And what happens is it creates overacting. When you're trying to like mirror something else. When in anime characters written, in my opinion, strictly for its like nervousness and giddiness, it has a different nuance than the nervousness and giddiness of English. Do I not really chest voice either English or Japanese? You chest voice in English all the time. Like you use chest voice all the time. In fact, you barely ever use your head voice. That's why most of the time it sounds like you're like really tired. You sound tired and reserved all the time in English. In Japanese, when you read Japanese, you're constantly in your head voice. When I'm asking you and talking to you in English and you say something in Japanese, it's in your English voice. It's in your chest voice. So you're always unsure. When you speak in English, it's in your chest voice and it drops to tired and reserved. So most of the things you say sound unsure. Like, I think so. It could be, I guess. They are ranked in the 70s, I think. Like, it's constantly very weak, and I'm rarely ever sure if you're saying, oh, this is what that is. Or I'm not really sure. Okay, I should think about this a little bit. So I did all three, where assertive, then a question, and then trailing off, right? That's a combination of the three. But in Japanese, whenever you're speaking those sentences, the ones that you're sure of, like hajimemashite or yoroshiku, right? Yoroshiku onegaishimasu, sumimasen. Like those come in head voice and they're confident. So if there's anything I would say over time, is that it probably has something to do with your confidence. Who knows? It's hard to know what is the cause and what's the effect, because speaking is on a continuum. So if I had anything to say about this, the thing that helps is, sounds like a Gen Z response, but speak more, right? Speak more, interact more, and maybe some of this produces a different result. Obviously, this is also true for English. Pretty much all the languages. I think the root thing is confidence. And unfortunately, your confidence, or fortunately, you could see it both ways. Fortunately, it deals with knowledge. So fortunately, unfortunately. And for me personally, I think I gravitate towards, yes, knowledge would be the first step, but experience is what doubles down. What doubles down on confidence. You would only explore something when you have enough knowledge. And then when you have enough knowledge, you still have to seek experience. So despite having the knowledge that you can read pinging, right? There's not enough experience to solidify this knowledge. And that's kind of like the whole process of learning something. You have to know what it is, then do it with consistency in order to demonstrate to yourself that you understand or can execute on the thing. The real underlying response would be, yes, do it more often. But yes, in Japanese, I think you speak in your head voice a lot more, like between your chest and your head voice, because there's a lot of confidence in it. And I think it does have something to do with the Japanese having mora, like a strict mora, which is they're all evenly spaced out. So you don't actually have to think. You technically do, but since everything is the same length, you're not having to juggle the difference. And the place that I hear that there's a difference in Chinese is actually because Chinese does have different length words. Their mora, like the beats of the words, are not kept consistent. And I'm saying this specifically because about the beat, because mora is the beat. It's not the principle of keeping even spaces. I actually disagree with James, which James raised the point, and I'm like, okay, that's fair. But it's a property ascribed to Japanese because they wanted to even out the mora. The concept of mora was designed in a way to illustrate how Japanese keeps consistent beats. But if I change up the word for beats as opposed to mora, that's the concept here that we're talking about. If you're constantly asking yourself, well, how do you keep yourself from trailing off? It might have to do with the length. In English, I actually feel that when people speak English, they also don't, their prosodic stress across sentences makes it so that is incredibly unpredictable how long a word actually is, because we, you know, like, despite having different beats per word, even the beats themselves don't hold consistently because of prosodic stress. Does your English have strange vowel sound lengths too? I don't think so. Well, it's hard to tell. I don't know what's considered weird or not. In English, I don't know what is weird and what is not. It just by chance, like, for example, just by chance, you're asking about length in Chinese. However, the length in Chinese, the variances of length in Chinese is very eclectic, like English. It's by chance Japanese does not have that problem. So, like, you can't compare these with Japanese. If your English is as varied as your Chinese, it's not supposed to sound weird because English varies a lot. Like, you could say syllable versus syllable. Tiny, you know, tiny. Little, right? You can still hear that it can sound weird. You have to exaggerate it a lot though, and you don't sound like that. At least the problem is that English has some, like, it changes all the time, like between words and whatnot, that what happens in Chinese I'm trying to illustrate is through the act of speaking and consistently hearing things, you kind of end up vibing it out. Like, I legitimately cannot tell you what the mora is of every single Chinese sound. I legitimately cannot tell you. You can try to do it, and then when you try to do English, it's going to be laborious. In Japanese, you legitimately feel it after a while, right? Like, you can even process things like san Some, some, some. Like there are two here. It's the difference between sa, some, right? Sa, san. That's the cool thing, in my opinion. That's one of the the neat things about Japanese. When comparing these three languages, you legitimately feel like you've been on a metronome, right? Like when you play an instrument, if you spent most of the time classically counting 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 sa 2 3 4 sa 2 3 4 sa 2 sa 4. I can't even do it. I'm not a good metronome person, so you know, like sa 2 3 4 sa 2 3 4 sa 3 4 sa 3 4 sa 3 4, right? It's always in the same amount of beat, so it can be regular. Eventually, when you learn enough Japanese, and speaking of Japanese, everything feels like it's a 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 sa, you know, like sa 2 3 4 sa 2 3 4 sa 3 sa 3 4 sa 3 4 sa 3 4. And in like when you're learning like an instrument, if you're constantly the person who learned how to count, right? Like a drummer, for example, a drummer, that's when it comes into play really well. So I made that comment a lot of times, like the Japanese, if there was a band representing language, right? The English member is the solo guitarist. Chinese is the rhythm guitarist. And Japanese can either be the drummer or the bassist. That's kind of like the myriad. Chinese does have a rhythm to their language. English is I don't know, whatever it is. So if you're asking me, does your English sound strange? It's no stranger than the like 50 different accents that I've heard over the course of my life, because everyone is a soloist. Like they go about their willy-nilly ways of speaking. They're so identifiable. Like an English speaker, if you meet someone who speaks very often, who talks very often, they are incredibly identifiable by their English speaking pattern. Despite hearing someone very often in Japanese, and you've heard a lot of the Japanese things, they can sound like each other when it comes to their beat. So can Chinese. Like we're gonna say if Japanese is set to 1, we'll say 70%, 0.7 for Chinese, and English like tanks down to maybe a 0.2. So if you're talking about like lengths, right, the sound lengths, Japanese is built on the idea that you speak with very predictable lengths. Chinese, less so, but it still is going to sound weird when you're holding notes a little too long, pitching longer or pitching slower. If your scale is taking longer to get up to a place and your scale is taking longer to go down a place, that's gonna affect what you want to sound like. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. The thing you want to sound like and the thing you think you sound like is going to be slightly different, like more likely to be different. And then English, I can't tell you what's right or wrong, like that, or weird or something. I've heard so many accents that I'm not entirely sure what would constitute as the classical, not strange English accent. it's kind of one of the joys and banes of English. And my often joke that I make is I honestly not entirely sure if I envy or feel concerned about whenever, you know, a country decides English is optional. And then I'm curious how those people develop their English. In fact, here's the funny thing, right? A lot of times people argue that it's very hard for English speakers to learn Japanese. And then you would think that there's this double standard. There's this double standard that happens with Japanese. Often people think that, but it might not be the same the other way, right? You can make an argument. It's probably not hard for Japanese people because they have lots of discipline, you know, discipline and rigidity and whatnot, you know, like it's easier to go from something quote unquote strict to something loose. And I talked about this quite a lot when people talk about like hard and easy. And it's actually, to me, more about practiced with the ed, practiced versus novelty. So when it's practiced, it's easy. When it's a novelty, it's hard. In fact, when something is incredibly practiced, it makes something that is hard possibly even harder. So if you're asking like a Japanese person, like, oh, hey, like, how do I sound natural in English? Well, you first stop trying to make English sound like it's motor-based. Like, one of the very noticeable things when you hear a Japanese person, like maybe someone who's later in life who learns English, is that English sounds like Japanese because it's motor-based. Their English becomes motor-based and it sounds Japanese. And that's what I mean by double standard. To other people, when a Japanese person speaks English, carrying over their motor and even their pitch, it sounds fine because people like Japanese people. They like how Japanese sound. But when an English person speaks Japanese, having problems with motor, it literally is hard, like it can interfere with their language, right? So it's English going from loose to something strict. Now, whether that's hard or easy, that's a different story, because if one has a loose sensibility and they become strict, is it easy to pick up? Well, sometimes you can ask yourself, no schedule versus structured. Is it easier to pick up for some people who has no structure, no schedules, to structured? Yes and no. You're probably going to say yes and no. And then if you go the other way, it's still going to be yes or no. So oftentimes you want to view this stuff as that. Anyways, this is going off on a tangent. When you're comparing English and like English word lengths with Japanese word lengths, it is worth keeping in mind that English's properties with sound length is dramatically different from Japanese's property with word length, as well as Chinese. However, I can assure you the nice one thing that Chinese has is they have melodic like patterns. So like the whole idea of using shoulder is because the structure comes up a lot, like this length comes up a lot. Shoulder. 说的 it comes up a lot and very frequently. So there is very persistent. It's a lot more persistent. So you can feel this out in Chinese over time. In English, it is not clear if there is a very consistent set of repeating beats relative to each other. In Chinese, I think it's far more common because these sounds next to each other are very common too. So Chinese have a really higher rate of homonyms. And despite being a tonal language, right, your pitch going up, down, and every which way, because of the rate of homonyms, you're going to have sounds that sit next to each other all the time. So despite you having to pitch to different lengths, the lengths themselves will repeat. Like, for example, any form of 说, 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 and 说, they're all the same length. Now, I'm not sure if this contributes significantly or not. I'm taking a guess because I'm not a linguistic person. I'm not an expert in Chinese, nor am I an expert in English. But in English, it's not quite that distinct. Like, this stuff next to like the and 对, for example, they come up really repeatedly. In English, I don't know, every which way. Like, if everyone sound like, oh, that is a ball. This is a ball. Like, if English spoke like this, maybe you could say that it's closer to Chinese, but Chinese is closer to this. English is not. English does not do this. English has, like, you could argue English has more words, word variants, and like sentence variants than Chinese and Japanese. Because Chinese and Japanese, in my opinion, they build on top of their system. So they're, like, in Chinese, a lot of specific sounds, patterns, mean more things. They mean more things. English simply add more words. English has more words, more variances, and that's how they compensate for new words. Like, right now, it feels like what are the word lengths for the words from the CN clip? I don't remember what you were saying. If you can type out the pinyin for what you were trying to say, maybe I can say something about that. But for myself, like, one of the things about Chinese that is really wonderful, at least silver lining when it comes to it, is when you read a sentence and you read it over and over again, you kind of end up filling out these things quite rapidly because they do repeat. Now, understanding it is the quote-unquote hard part, right? Like, because for the homonym-like thing, everything is going to start to sound the same. But, you know, the quote, everything sounds similar. And that's for better or for worse. For the sake of speaking, you have fewer things to remember. So, like, for me, even now, I feel like I have to remember so much less when it comes to sound, when it comes to, like, speaking. So you can read things and you got it down, It's kind of like Spanish, honestly. Spanish was pretty quick too. There's a limited Spanish thing. And Japanese came in pretty quick too. When it comes to English, it's less. So 你说的有你说的有道 actually maybe it's actually see, I wouldn't know. So I don't understand Mora based stuff in other languages, but 你 okay 你说的有有道理 so it's all two and then just one, I think. Oh wait, this is probably a one too. 你说 yeah 你说的 oh, this is one as well, my bad. Yeah 你说的有道理 你说的有道理 because these are halftones. Since this is a 3 and this is a 1, this 3 is a halftone, so it's 1. 你说 instead of 你说的 你说 it's not 你说的 so it's not 你说的 it's 你说的 so 你说的 and then this is a 3 as well into a 4 and a 3 and this 3 is a halftone. So it's 有道 not 有道 so 你说的有道理 and since this is a 3 and it ends, it doesn't have anything else, it's usually not a halftone. And oftentimes halftones have, I fill them out now, but there is a rule about how the halftones work and I have no idea anymore. I legitimately, let me see if Gemini helps out. Halftones in Chinese. Halftones is a reduced version of the third tone, right? 214 that dips down to a low pitch but does not rise. I think it's before 214. Yeah. So whenever a tone precedes a 214, so it's pretty much all of them except for 3. So it is not a halftone before a 3. So a 3-3 is going to be 2-2. Most of the time it's going to end up being 2-2 because most of the syllables, most of the sounds in Chinese, I think have 2 beats because they have things that have 1 beat, but the 1 beat ones are rarer than the 2 beats. So most of them have 2 beats. At least I treat them like they have 2 beats. And then everything else is an exception. So since 3 is before 1, 你说, and this is 3 before 4, 有道. You have to, instead of 有 道. So 有道理. It's not 有道理, which too, 有道理. Some people might shorten this as well because they want to be short. The end of sentences are, unfortunately, prosodic stress. So at the end of sentence, this type of stress can indicate anything else. Like if they trail off, it's possibly a question. If they go up, it's definitely a question. Like if they trail off, they're wondering. If they uptone, it can end up being a question. And if, I don't know, they say it very assertively, it's an affirmative. So the ending to things can actually flex pretty hard. So we don't really, I don't regard the ending to be predictable. It feels more of an art form. So all these things, that's probably one of the weird parts that you're going to fill out. But there are a couple rules when it comes to length. So that's why the whole like ni I think you're writing as a 3 as opposed to a 2. Oh, maybe it is a 3. Hold up. I think. Oh, that's yeah, I'm not sure about I'm not sure about whether the knee you're thinking about is a 2 or a 3. Oh, okay. That might be an accental thing. That might be an accental thing. So here's the problem I have with ni hao, right? Ni hao. So this is gonna stink. So pinyin, there's a convention. The convention, if I were to completely copy paste, 你说的有道理. Okay, 你说的有道理. What you say, you're saying has. What you say, or you're saying has reason. Yeah. So here's the thing about pinyin. There is a system that includes the original tone markers. And then there's a alternative pinyin that has modified Sandi rules. And the original system is that you maintain the original. So this thing here, like this character, right, is ni. It's N3, so, or ni 3. However, when you hear it, it's often going to be next to something like it's gonna very classically be next to something that's either 1, 2, or 4 very often. And it can come off as sounding like a 2. At least in my opinion. That's kind of where I'm trying to explain this. And if you're looking at different texts, sometimes it can be written like 你说 versus 你说. And I actually don't know what the deal is with that. Like, for example, this is my issue with when someone writes this. Like, hello, right? Hello, or how are you, etc. It can flex between 你好 ni hao, and this would be a great example of the counting thing. Ni hao, that's 2 2. Ni hao. Now if you wrote it this way, Ni hao. Ni hao. Ni hao. Which is 1, 2. Ni hao. Ni hao. Ni hao. Ni hao. Oh, no, wait. Just kidding. I lied. Oh, no. I lied. Okay. I lied. This is 3. Oh, no. It makes sense now. I get why it is now. This is still 2, 2. Because this is a 3. Oh, that makes sense. Never mind. I realize what I had messed up. So, whenever it's 3, 3. Okay, so if you're wondering what I've just realized is that, so this is a 3. Usually, right? And anything that proceeds, if a 3 precedes a 1, 2, and 4, then this is treated as a halftone. Now, a halftone sometimes sounds somewhat like a 2. And the reason for them using the 2 marker is what happens is when you have a 3, 3, there's another rule for 3, 3. When a 3 precedes a 3, it becomes a 2. And that's where they got the 2. That makes sense. And then you would still say it as ni hao. Yeah, it's still ni hao. So, in this case, this is a good example of the weird one. So, 你说, so 你说 is still fine. 你说 is still 1, 2. It's not a 2, 2. Whenever 3 precedes a 1, 2, or 4, it sounds like a 1. However, here's a good example of another rule where when a 3 is in front of a 3, it's pronounced like a 2. So it'll be ni hao, not ni hao. Even though I would typically say ni hao, despite that, because I often shorten my 3s regardless of whether it's 1, 2, 3, 4. But the common convention is that ni, when you have 3, 3, like for example, I can't think of many 3, 3s, unfortunately. Is there one in that? No, there's not one in that. 喜欢 no. Common. What do we have for common 3? Oh no, not strokes. We're not talking about strokes. Come on, Gemini, you could be better than that. I don't think it's as common as I think it is. 不好意思 no. 小朋友 oh wait no. 小学生 no. What is that? 好久不见 nope. 上乡下乡 nope. 小材大用 nope. Okay, they didn't give me any examples of a 3, 3. One you see from your friend is for good afternoon. Which good afternoon are we doing here? Xiaowu. Wait. Wusha. No, that's afternoon. Just afternoon. How do you put good in front of afternoon? Xia Wu. Oh, Xia Wu Hao. Xia Wu Hao. Xia. Yeah, probably this. Xia Wu Hao. Maybe something like this. Oh. Oh no, okay. Xia Wu Hao, and then you have Zhong Wu. Okay, Zhong Wu Hao. Okay. Oh no. So this is a this is gonna suck too. So these two are separate things. Oh man, you're making me rethink a lot of things here. So these things are separate things. So this is not a word. So it's not one word. So the whole 3-3 thing doesn't affect this. They're standalone. So Xia Wu Hao. Maybe Xia Wu Hao. No, that'd be really weird. So yeah, it also depends on now I have to make a addendum. So the word themselves have to be a 3-3. Xia Wu. Yeah. It has to be in a word, and I don't know. Oh, Bu Hao. Bu Hao is a good one. Bu Hao. Oh wait, no. Oh no, that's another. Oh no. Xia Hao. I don't. Oh no. I was trying to think of. I thought maybe you can say, not good, but it's Bu. It's 4. Bu Hao. That's not good. Yeah, but for those you have a 4-3 and then a 3. So unfortunately didn't work. Yeah. Xia Wu. So Xia Wu Hao. Xia Wu Hao. 222. Honestly, now I'm starting to think, maybe is there ever a 1 vanilla? I'm actually kind of curious. How many 1 beat sounds are in Chinese? I don't actually know, because they didn't measure mota for, like, there isn't anything that measures mota in Chinese. I'm actually kind of curious now. Again, this is not something that you do with Chinese or English, so the question is, I'm kind of curious how they do it. For me, I feel it. So, like, I feel it a lot. Xia Wu Hao. It could be Xia Wu. No. Xia Wu. So, hear me out. I'm trying to compare it. So, like, if we did Xia Wu. No. I still think keeping them the same is the go. Xia Wu Hao versus 下午好下午好 I mean it could be a one. I have no idea. No idea. You'll skim the voice clip. You do remember it being mentioned. I see. Anyways, that's enough trying to figure things out ahead of me. I'm like overreaching. I'm basically overreaching. There's a lot of questions that I already have. I don't typically think of Chinese words by their beats anymore. I'm not even entirely sure if I ever did, but it would be kind of a fun exploration. Like, I can only do it retroactively. So, like, if we go back here, right? And we go back here, and then we look at this, right? I can only do it when I'm pronouncing it while reading it, right? So 草莓可以草莓可以用来 right 用来做果酱 so 草莓可以用来 I'm like trying to see if I'm saying it in one beat just to see if it makes any sense. I think keeping them all the same is how I would typically do it. So 草莓可以用来做果酱 No, I kind of shorten a lot of these by feeling alone. So like 草莓 is 22. 草莓 yeah 草莓可以 so 可以用来做whoops and then this is 果酱 oops I keep writing tones and not numbers. So this is an example of your traditional 1-2. This is a 3 and this is a 4. So 果酱 but there are places like 可以 I also do it here, and 可以is actually 4. Oh no, wait, that is a 1-2. My bad. Wait, actually no, this is a 3-3. This is a 3-3, which becomes a 2-3, and I actually say it shorter. Despite it being a 2-3, 可以 It could, I mean, if you extend it to 可以 it still sounds like normal in my opinion. But I do shorten this. So 可以 and then 用来 so instead of 用来 I say 用来 so I do shorten this too 用来 I don't know if that's telling of the beats or not. And then most counters I say 1 because I added on. Most counters I add on to the previous one. The 3-3 2-3 was mentioned at the good afternoon section. I see. So here whenever there's a counter I shorten, and again, I'm saying what I'm saying and not what other people are saying. And this might not be correct or anything. This is my tendency. I'm trying to describe what my tendency is. So if I had to describe what this sounds like, it would be, right? 草莓 1 2 草莓可以用来做果酱. So that's kind of what I would say, but I have no idea what a native Chinese person sounds like when reading this, especially if they're considering their length of it. If someone read this to me, like for example, if I heard it, now we can hear it.
草莓可以用来做果酱。草莓可以用来做果酱。
And this is synthesized, by the way. This is synthesized. But the nice thing about synthesized voices is their lengths are very consistent. So you can keep hearing them, because I actually think the length slightly changes whenever someone repeats themselves.
草莓可以用来做果酱。
Yeah, 草莓可以用来做果酱. So I have no idea if most of them are twos or not. It's interesting. Like, for example, this is going to be a 1. 这些草莓 and then this is a 1 and this is a 3 into a gun. Oh no, 很甜. 很甜. So these would be this would be 4, like the tones would be 4 1, right? 2 2 3 and 2. So this would then be shortened to 1 because this means very sweet. I would clump these up, very sweet. 很甜 as opposed to 很甜, right? So if I made it all 1 1 1, if I made them all the same length, it would sound like this. So it's a 这些草莓很甜。这些草莓很甜. So I would shorten these two. So 这些草莓很甜. 这些草莓很甜. So I would shorten these two. By like my habit. So I don't know if it's because they are those things. So I don't think people count mora. And I do the same thing for English. The way I do English is I hear someone say something and I say it back. And then I notice these things. I don't go the other way around where like, oh, this word has 2 beats. Like say has 1 beat. So I always try to say has 1 beat. No, I heard people say it, right? Say it. Actually, I think say has 2 beats and it might also have 2 beats. I have no idea. It's only after, and they're relative to each other. So to me, English and Chinese, their lengths are relative to the sentence, to like the words and sentences. In Japanese, it's not relative. It's always 1. It's always 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. So no matter how you read Japanese, your moda is going to stay the same. So that makes it very reproducible. Like, you can always feel like you're on beat in Japanese. It's rarely true in Chinese. It's a little bit more true in the sense that the whole sentence, like this, if you said, to me, if someone said, 这些草莓很甜, that sounds weird to me. They would say, 这些草莓很甜. And that sounds that sounds better. Like, in my opinion, the little half beats make sense because it sounds like you're adding a staccato to it. Like, there's a short beat and then there's a long string of beats, and so it's kind of like listening to a like a what do you call those things? Dang, what do you call them? Like a measure, like a progression, like a hi-hat or something, like 次 doom doom 次, right? Like 次 dong dong 次 dong dong 次. So like in Chinese, when you hear it, you can't it's very regular. So after a while, it sounds like all of the sentences have this like a regularized beat, but they're not built like this, which is what Japanese has, where everything you read, like all the reading and all the pronunciation, all have the same beat. So you can't, the problem in my opinion is you can't read Chinese and say, oh, that's the beat. In Japanese, you can. When you read Japanese, it's like, oh yeah, they're all 1-1s. They're all of them are ones. So when you're reading Japanese, you know where your 1s are, you know where your 2s are. As in, like, if you were trying to group them together, like, san is 2. Sa is 1. No matter what, because Japanese is built in a way that all of their things are 1s. In Chinese, all the sounds, I don't know if they're 1s or 2s. I have no idea. Like, jiang, right? Jiang, you might be thinking, oh yeah, jiang, this has got to be a 2, right? But how do I know if there's going to be like a what's a good, I don't know, let's just say, I'm not sure, I'm making up words, but what if this ended up being a 3 and this is a 4? Then this feels like a 1 to me, and this would feel like a 2. 讲怕 versus 讲怕 讲怕 right? So there it 讲怕 So that's where I feel like in Chinese and in English it's relative to each other. Kind of like when you hear words like here's an English word, stupendous. It's not stupendous. It's not stupendous. Stupendous, right? And what is also on top of English is it's stressed. So there's the stress tends to be quote unquote longer oftentimes than the others. So English is not also measurable by the way you read things. You can't read the things and say, oh, that's exactly what it is. Stupendous. And like How do you spell this? I think it's fastidious, right? Fastidious. I have no idea where the beat, like how, like if fast, I guess fast might have 2 beats. E, D, and I don't know, this is like one thing. Like, I have no idea. I have no idea how English, and then all of this would add up, like fastidious. That's really large, right? It's a large word. English has large words. Chinese is broken up in a way that you can kind of, it's broken up into tones. So unlike English, like you can have a word like fastidious, but it would be made up of like 4 characters. Actually, fastidious. It's probably like 2 characters. Choose any 2 characters that deal with steadfast. Something that means steadfast or strong, solid, and maybe like firm. And then it would be like 2 characters that combine together, and then those 2 characters would have like relatively 2 or 1 beat, right? 2 or 1 beat. So many things when you're reading Chinese, unlike English, right? So for example, like we already went over this, right? It's 2, how I would say it is 2 2 1 2, probably 1 2 1 1 2. In English, look at this, it's strawberries. What the heck is strawberries? Like 5? Can, that sounds like 2. Be, that might be 1. Used, maybe 2. 2, maybe 1. Make, that's probably 2. And jam, that's probably 2. Like look at English. Like you can't, there's no way this is, you know, less than 2 beats. So in Chinese, when you're reading, the way you break up stuff and their tones are very regular. Strawberries, I have no idea how English works. Like you can probably try to break it up with like a consonant and a vowel thing, like break it up into syllables, right? That's the idea. English is broken up syllable. It's syllable timed. And Chinese is, you could kind of consider it as syllable time, but it's tone, right? It's tonally timed. And it's such an interesting thing. So interesting. This topic has been on my mind for some time. It makes the 3 languages very so interesting to compare and contrast. That's what most people mean by like stressed timed, tonal, and like beat timed, like mora from Japanese, etc. But to me, one of the contention idea is the principle of mora is counting beats, and regardless if it's tonally timed or stress timed, it's, most of these things still have beats. And that's why I was referring to, like, I'm sure I'm gonna get some grief here and there when someone keeps correcting me and saying like, well, mora is the act of making all the beats the same. Mora timed, when you time the mora, is trying to make everything, as in you're timing the beats, it's not the same as mora. The principle of mora is the beats a word has. Mora timed is Japanese, where they try to time everything so that it's 1 each, in my opinion. But the concept of mora is tied with the idea that they represent beats. So I can kind of see the argument for both. And that's one of the limits of trying to think of length only in English and Chinese. I think thinking Chinese as lengths as opposed to melodies is probably a different story. I have a secret, or like maybe like a plug. Chinese, in my opinion, is how one can practice adding melody to English. So English, since it's syllable timed, or not syllable timed, I guess stress timed, right? Oftentimes the words kind of dictate the emphasis. The type of words you use creates the emphasis on a basic level. On a very basic level, you can speak English by emphasizing based on stress times. However, to create melody in your sentences, it requires prosodic stress. Now, in Chinese, tonal language is part of making, you want to create, it's tonally stressed or tonally emphasized or timed. When you're speaking English, when you're an English speaker and you're learning Chinese, you can use Chinese tonality to add to the melody of your sentences. And where is that at when you're singing? Oftentimes, like whenever I think about like hip hop singing or things that are sung to the beat, that is something very reminiscent of Chinese. It's regularly. So if someone constantly sounds like they bust a rhyme, right? They bust the English, like kind of English rhyme. A lot of times it makes it so that the prosodic stress, or like the stress that happens in a lyric or something when you're singing, it makes it regular. And why am I bringing that up? Is because that's what Chinese sounds like over time. It sounds regular. So when you say I love you over and over again in an English song, despite it having like a different stress or something, if you heard that so often, you feel like you can feel the melody hit the same lyric. You can feel a specific like setup for a specific line over and over again, and it would be pronounced very similarly in its pitch. That's like listening to a song, and that's what makes Chinese melodically dependent, in my opinion. So whenever I listen to Chinese music, my brain gets wrecked, because when they start singing in Chinese, this regular thing that I know from speaking, they throw it out most of the time. Like 40% of the lyrics, they throw out this regular thing. So I have no idea what they're saying. Most of, like, over close to 50% of the time, I have no idea what their lyrics are, because they threw out the regular melody in speaking. And that, to me, is how you feel out the timing and length of Chinese. You can study it too. Like, you can literally try to study it if you want. And you can also do the same thing with English. You can study the beats of English and Chinese. To what end? That's kind of debatable. To what end, right? Anyways, with all that digression, we're just gonna go over our characters so we don't stay up too late here. I think that was definitely totally worth talking about. So interesting. I'll probably try to have a better idea in the future. It'll probably come from talking about it like how other people are interpreting or how other people engage in things. Like we wouldn't have this discussion if you weren't learning Chinese a different way. For example, Mika, like the things that you are reviewing and the things that you're going over and how you're approaching it is different from the way I'm approaching it, and that raises more questions, right? Like, how do you know what the length of the sounds are in order for you to do a scale? Like an exercise in music would be, can you go from a higher note to a lower note across 4 beats, right? The one thing you could do would be go like ah 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 ah. So ah ah ah, right? So ah ah, right? Or the alternative to doing like the Chinese thing is, right, you're picking your high note and then you're picking your low note and you're going across with a fixed beat, like there's say 2. So ah ah ah, so ah 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 ah, and that's much shorter. So luckily, at least in my opinion, I don't think Chinese ever grays greater than 2 in my timing. Like my timing in my head, I don't think it ever increases past 2. So oftentimes when you get used to it, the longest will be 2, the shortest will be 1, and all the ones are rarely ever like 4s or 2s. I might have to eat my words for that one, because I already did a 1 and a 1 for this. What were my examples? Ni hao. Yeah, ni hao. That's a 1-2. And then what was the 4 one? Yong lai. Yeah, yong lai. Instead of yong lai, I say yong lai. Instead of yong lai, yeah, yong lai, yong lai. So maybe not. The neat thing is it's always gonna be 2 and 1. I think English as a unit, a word unit, they're gonna go beyond 2 and 1s. I don't actually know what the average distribution is, but I would say that 3-syllable words are significant. Like they are significantly greater. There's a significant body of words in English that goes beyond 2 beats. When in Chinese, the way words are constructed and whatnot, since their tones rarely ever exceed 2 beats. However, there are words that are composed of more than 2 characters. So technically, I could eat my own words and say, technically, like for example, 3-character words. Do we have a 3-character word like this one? Ying, ying ho chong, ying ho chong. So the thing is, though, each character is still broken up to 2 or 1 tone. Ying ho chong is 2 ying, 1 ho chong, because this is 3 and this is 2. So ying ho chong. And here's another one. 国务国务卿国务卿国务卿 although I might shorten wu into one, so 国务卿国务卿 instead of 国务卿国务卿 so 国务卿 so 212 国务卿 I have no idea if that's if they space it out exactly 1-to-1, so 国务卿国务卿 instead of 国务卿 that's another thing. And also the reason why I'm saying that is because the way I'm pronouncing it, it might be my English accent. It could also be my Fujianese accent. I don't know. I feel like timing comes from all of my existing accents. Like I'm not here reading this and saying, oh, this is a 222. So it's always going to be 222. So 国务卿 instead of 国务卿国务卿国务卿 No idea. No idea. Now here's another one. 枫糖浆 This is a 222 for me. I'm not saying 枫糖浆 枫糖 枫糖浆 I'm not saying that. 枫糖浆 So this is 222. No idea. Wu has always struck me as basic 1. So Wu is 1. Huh. But if it was Wu, it could sound like it's 2. Wujiang. Huh. I have no idea. Alright. Anyways. Good talk. Alright, let's go over these and call it a day. And then go over the 2 that I picked up. I was kind of trying to stay on task. Alright, let's see. Okay. We had 2 problem ones today, right? Yes. Xiang clothing. Lung. What is that? Panic stricken. That's gonna be a mouthful. Shing died for. Going to go for a better speaking attempt for the same thing as yesterday. Main point would be higher for and shorter on some parts. Oh, okay. Like, what are you trying to say? Like, I could say it, or I could say what I think I can say it. If you type out what you're going to say, I mean, I could try to say it and see if like that affects anything. This is in isolation. I'm not like picturing. I don't picture anyone. This may be like one of the downfalls of one of the drawbacks, because I listen to myself say the thing. I don't actually picture someone I'm trying to imitate, or like I don't have a person in mind that I'm in my head saying, oh, this is what this person sounds like. So now I'm trying to say it like this person. Same one as yesterday and some others. You'll get a couple more examples. Okay. Yeah, like that's probably one of the drawbacks to how I picture English versus Japanese. In Japanese, I'm like 80-20. Sometimes when I read a word, I'm like, I don't know what that word is. So I try to imagine what a person, like the last time I heard this word. But lately, most of the words that I read and stuff, I'm reading from how I sound, not from another person. So I'm not like, I don't have, I don't know, like a Chinese person in mind. And that is, you know, in asterisks. That's why you want to talk to other people and like have other people talk to you, because then you have a point of reference. But for myself, my reference is myself. So most of the time I adjust my, when I read something, I'm like, that doesn't sound quite right. And then I adjust it. So nearly all of the times when I'm speaking or pronouncing something, I adjust to match my speaking voice. And my speaking voice is based on what I hear during my lessons. So I'm not hearing someone else, I'm hearing myself. So like in Bunpro, for example, when they read off the grammar sentences, I read it out loud myself as well. And because I read it out loud myself, I correct based on the presumption that I'm saying the same pitch accent that the other person is saying. Or the, like, because Bunpro has like voice samples from other people in the grammar section. That's how I'm saying it. In Chinese, I've said nearly every single one of these sounds before in Chinese, because there's an overlap. So I've heard these sounds for so long that the only thing I'm doing now is I say the sound and I ask myself, does it sound weird? And that's kind of one of the, I feel like it's one of the limitations, the major limitations of a native, like a person who's like a native speaker, a heritage speaker. Heritage speakers do no longer compare themselves to someone else. They simply compare themselves to themselves. When they can pick up when they said something really weird or they said something that doesn't feel right. And that's kind of where Chinese is. Until I start speaking to another person in the future, which I do have a couple people who are willing to talk in the future, there's no correction based on someone else yet. Like, eventually, if I start watching YouTube and stuff, I can like try to pretend to be someone else, you know? Like, for example, I could listen to maybe like a comedian speaking, a Chinese comedian cracking jokes, right? And they spoke in Chinese. I could try to imitate them and see if I can sound like them. Otherwise, most of the time, I sound like myself. Hence the reason why I don't personality shift most of the time. The thing I talked about where if you need to try to shift your personality in order to sound like someone else, that could be a problem. That could be a problem. 请教我中文. 请教我中文. Please call me. Please call. Oh, please teach me. Or, oh, I didn't realize you can say it that way. Oh, please talk to me in Chinese. 请教我中文. 你说的有道理. And then 为什么? Yeah, why? Can I ask for thoughts on clips again? He said he used wrong characters for one. He said the correct one later. Yeah, jiao, wrong jiao. It's the same homonym though. Please teach me. Please teach me Chinese. The first one. 请教. Jiao for teach is also jiao. 请教我中文. But the character is different. It's a different character. It's the character for teach. This one. Oops. Instead of jiao. Yeah, this one means call or like shout or basically just call. Call is the one. And then this one is teach. And they both are jiao. Yeah, they're both jiao. So the moment I saw your pinging and then your character, I was like, okay, they probably mean please teach me Chinese. So it's also neat to see that your buddy uses simplified Chinese. So I can still read simplified Chinese as long as there's enough characters around it. Yeah. I think I don't know how well your friend writes Chinese. That'll be curious if they write Chinese, because this is a typical I think this writing would still make sense. Please call me Chinese, and then my first thought is, what does call also sound like? It sounds like teach. Apparently their writing is quite good. That's good. And when I mean writing is quite good, I don't mean penmanship. I hope that's not the... I hope I made that clear, that it's not penmanship, but I'm talking about their literacy. Their literacy in writing, which is like when you say something, can you write what you're saying? Which it takes me a very long time to write what I'm saying because there are so many characters in Chinese. So not quite their penmanship, if that's what you're referring to, or if you're referring to like when they write their character studies is good. Like their reading, their literacy translating into output is good. Because my English is pretty bad, right? Like, you meant both? Interesting. Fair enough. I'm not entirely sure that jiao swap up is reassuring or not. I'm not entirely sure. And that how you would know. Let's see. Exit. Say. How long did you say they were born and raised, or how long did you say they reside in there? They were born and raised, right? You mentioned it's almost immediately, so perhaps it's one-off. Most people can, in my opinion, knowing that it's off is different from writing it correctly the first time. Born and raised in Beijing. Okay. Is this guy older or younger than you? I always wondered about Chinese literacy of Chinese citizens. Same age? Okay, that reduces my level of confidence. That reduces my level of confidence. For example, that's like saying an 18-year-old is good at writing English. I mean, I'm I know I'm not a gold standard, but I don't think my English is that fantastic, even at age 39. Chen Cui. I like to see, it would be great one day to see. You would have a hard time balancing 3 languages if I had to too, but makes sense. Yeah, like what I mean is I understand, like I'm not throwing shade at the person, but we have to understand that the person you're talking to also speaks more than 1 language, probably. You know what I mean? Like it's pretty impressive. Because they would likely speak 3 languages, at least 3 languages, just like myself. However, I don't have to write those languages. And that person's languages are probably 3 separate scripts. English, right? Chinese, and Uzbek. I think Uzbek is in a different, like it's in an entirely different script. So inherently the person is already balancing between 3. Of course, I don't know the person's professional background or anything. If they're the same age as you, that would mean that they don't have a decidedly professional background yet. Right? Unless they're taking after their parents, which may be very well true. Like for example, my parents, if you're thinking like, oh man, you must pick up Chinese very well because your parents are Chinese. That's not the case. Because my parents they're not highly educated people. So their literacy, the parents' literacy doesn't quite ensure that you have written literacy. Case in point, there are plenty of parents that are doctors and let's just say their English is something else. Their written English is something else. As to write and speak all 3, I don't know much about Uzbek though. Again, right? You can have, like, for example, your parents. Like, people can have incredibly professional parents, but their written and spoken language doesn't have to correlate. And since my interest is here's what I'm getting at. It's an Uzbek Chinese person who's raised in this era. They're the same age as you. So I'm genuinely curious how being raised in China is going to, like, what level of stringency do they have when it comes to the academics of writing. Nowadays, you could argue in English, wow, there are a lot of very intelligent kids, but have you seen them write? I mean, we already spent the last, month talking about SATs, so we're not going to get into that about English. We're probably not going to try to get into English at this point. Not today, anyways. Like, I genuinely still feel like the SATs will kick my butt. Still kick my butt. But then again, your friend could be a linguist. Like, I'm wondering if growing up in China deliberately makes them better at writing, because in my opinion, I'm stereotyping now because I have no idea what happens in China. Growing up in China might have a stronger emphasis on communication skills. You know what I mean? Like, because in the United States, let's just say United States is not doing so hot when it comes to the importance of communication and literacy, right? And then you shared your impressions of growing up in the UK, right? But China, that's a whole different beast. So I'm genuinely now very curious how stringent they are. This is where I asked you about your English, right? What it's like in the UK. I kind of want to know, like, if you ever find it's curious, like, why do I ask you the questions I ask you? Try asking your friend the same questions and see if you find that interesting. Because the only way I'll ever know is by vicariously asking you. So whenever we are reviewing like English composition, like SAT and stuff, I often ask you questions because I have to know, like, is this normal? Like, do you do this often? What do you typically do when you learn English words? How do you participate? Meanwhile, now now it's a friend of a friend. So now I'm curious. I wonder what it's like to grow up in China having to speak multiple languages. Because a lot of the education system will ground a lot of habits for the person. Hear me out. In Japan, right? In Japan, it's often said that the command of their language, right? Japanese, when they speak Japanese, it's really, it's typically on a above average state, right? In above average state. But Japan is one of the countries that have like below average English. So like growing up in Japan doesn't incentivize as much English as say like Malaysia and China and whatnot. So Japan's overall English is scored lower than average, almost disproportionately with the aptitude of their English. But your friend grew up in China, so that would be really cool to see how, like, if you grew up in a country that emphasizes maybe they emphasize communication and writing and whatnot, that they simply, because of that, their aptitude is very high at a young age. That would be what's important here is I'm trying to emphasize the benefits of learning multiple languages. Like, what I mean by that is there is a really long-standing debate on, so what's the point? What are the benefits? Like, learning another language is not, quote unquote, what's the benefits? You learn another language, great. Does that help you with anything? So if this person tells me that the way China, right, for example, emphasizes language proficiency, and somehow this person also used those habits for like other things like physics and math, like the habits that person learns because the requirements for learning, keeping up language like Chinese, for example, is very stringent. To me, that's a really beautiful case study. It's a great case study to demonstrate that what I typically profess, like I'm an advocate for this, that when you have children engaging in like developing habits of learning, regardless of what the subject matter is, especially language, it can lead to overall benefits in the way the student or the child grow up and acquire new skills. Because for me, it wasn't a choice. Like, I wouldn't be able to speak to my parents if I didn't keep the language. Like, it would be very difficult. Like, life would be very different if... And the reason why I can't read Chinese is because the language I speak to my parents are not taught and written in Chinese. They can be represented in Chinese, apparently. I've been told it can be represented, but there's no formal education for it. So I can't read Fujianese because there isn't an equivalent. but now I can, read Chinese. And I often wonder, like you and I talk about how we learn, right, Mika? But I have often doubled down, emphasizing to you that you have to remember our backgrounds are different as well. And you have to try to take that into account so that you're not comparing yourself like apples and orange comparisons. Because the things I'm saying now, right, what I said for the last like 2 or 3 hours, my interest in like timing and talking about like pitches and stuff, that's also coming from the idea that I've spent most of my life around listening to people's pitch. Like, I couldn't keep my mother tongue if I didn't understand intrinsically and natively what a glottal stop is. Like, I didn't know it was called a glottal stop. I didn't know that people were pitching up and down and doing this until I started learning the concepts. So all of this interest is renewed because now I have words to put to them. I have analogies and metaphors and similes that I can describe English and Chinese and Japanese with English. So that's really cool because I couldn't do it before. Before, when someone asked me, hey, so if I meet your parents, what do I say? Right? Like, you have that quite a bit when if you look like a foreigner or you're the child of a foreigner. Oftentimes they're like, hey, can you teach me quickly something in Fujianese so that I could surprise your parents or be respectful to your parents. And back in the day, it would be like, oh, you say this, and then they would say it back, and I'm like, I'm like, oh, it sounds good enough. Like, there was no way I had a way to describe it to them, like in a way that they would understand. Now I do, and to me, it's electric. Oh, I just realized I have the first master. Whoa, hold up. I just reached a new benchmark. I got my first mastered, there's 2 things that are mastered. Wait, how long has it been? I know that wasn't a 2 before. 464 days for the first burned item. Yeah, I don't know. Someone asked me, I forgot someone, I think it was James. James asked me, like, do these entries go out of rotation because WaniKani burns out their entries in 6 months time, a little under 6 months time. Like HanziHero is set to like a year and a half, like close to a year and a half. So I apparently it was either today or yesterday. I didn't even notice, but it was either today or yesterday. Oh, and it could have been sooner, I think, because I was delaying reviews, but that's fine. Interesting. We reached a new milestone. First burned items. Not that that matters too much. I don't actually understand why items are burned. Most of the time I would say let them recur because retaining them requires a lifetime. Well, I do understand why they're burned. Largely because then it allows all the other stuff to take up more of your recurring space for the time being. Anyways. Get back to this. Bao. 是包, yeah. No, bao? No, bao. Not a praise. Hoang hesitates. Hear me out, Mika. Was Chinese not offered in your school? I often think, like, you, thinking back to when we first met, like, probably close to half a year ago now, you are surrounded by Chinese students. But I understand that Japanese has a lot of media and all that stuff, but it's interesting that Mandarin wasn't a competition. Like, it didn't compete for the whole idea that you are likely to be able to use Chinese. Like, I believe the first time we met, it was also the same question I've asked then, where like you're around people who speak Chinese or like a variant or however accent regional Chinese, and much like that question, it's like, well, if you studied Chinese, then you would likely have people that would probably, like your roommate situation or your like boarding school situation, those would favor knowing how to speak Chinese or at least listen to Chinese, which gives you a habit that you can form that later can bring you to Japanese. Like, what I'm saying is, using Chinese as a starting point, like learning it, you have an environment that's conducive to Chinese. It's part of your lifestyle because you share a room environment with them. So it didn't have to start with Japanese. It could have started with Chinese for your second language, or like your quote unquote second language. I know you studied other languages, but the idea is you have to get another language under your belt to develop all the habits. And no, I disagree with most people who think that when you start a new language, it gets slower. Like, it doesn't carry over. Typically, when you do something, you form more habits. As you're getting older, those habits become solidified, so they can be reproducibly transferable to another language. So Japanese could have been a little bit, it could be a smoother transition than starting with Japanese. It was offered at your school when you were in 3rd to 6th grade. You didn't take it because you didn't know anything about it, and even you being mixed was unusual at that school. A levels, you had no opportunity. Oh, I see. A levels require prerequisite knowledge. I see. Japanese started in early 2024, which is before you knew you would go where you am now. Oh, okay. Fair enough. And now you know, right? And now you know. I think, based on your experience, obviously I'm not making guarantees, but based on how you motivate yourself or what type of motivation you have, I don't think your Chinese journey is gonna be very similar to your Japanese journey, which that's great because that means that you can take whatever lessons you might have gathered from your Japanese language learning journey, and you can complement all the newer like experiences and new ways of approaching your Chinese learning experience. That's kind of the growing pains. I understand you might thinking, oh, growing pains, that's negative. Growing pains is a positive thing. Growing pains is an excellent positive thing. No pain, no gain situation. With the pain comes reward. Obviously, I'm not talking about like a masochistic way, like more like with the struggles, with the problem solving, they eventually synergize into something even greater than it is. You wanted to start with CN from literal day one of this school. Oh, I see. Yeah, like for example, in this case, I do actually can, like, for example, even if we were taking just us, I do know a lot about Chinese that isn't related to reading. Like, I know I've already mentioned this a bunch of times. I was illiterate in Chinese. That doesn't mean I didn't know anything in Chinese. Like, we could go and sit through a Chinese drama and I would tell you what they say, roughly speaking. Like, listening skills are not my problem in Chinese. It's my literacy. My literacy is non-existent. So it's why I chose. I know what I just said but I chose to pick the thing that was furthest away out of curiosity. So I chose Japanese first because I didn't want to lean into it. However, for you, to me personally, I think you benefit a lot more from leaning into something and not like throw yourself into, you know, the ocean and watch if you sink or swim. I think for you, you've already had enough of that in your life to probably realize throwing yourself in the deep end is not the greatest thing. Like, you're not someone who likes to, you know, like, just have people throw you with nothing. You kind of like to lean in on things with some guidance and some structure and whatnot. So having friends and references like your friend that you just made, you're probably already starting to get way ahead than your Japanese. Like, I am expecting like leaps and bounds after you finish your exams and stuff, of course. After you finish your exam. Like, for me, I could sit down and watch and listen to Chinese casually. I can't do that with Japanese. Like, it's still it's actually getting better, honestly. But what I mean is, when I started, you know, 2 years ago, over 2 years ago, I legitimately, when I look at something, I have no idea what I'm looking at. But when I'm sitting down and listening to it, it's like, yeah, okay, that's fair. And in Japanese, I was still like, I have no idea. Most of it was feeling. Most of it was with feeling in Japanese. I was vibing my way through Japanese. Chinese, I was comprehending my way through Chinese. Like, comprehensible input is like non-stop whenever I'm listening to like drama and stuff. There are a few words here and there I'm like, oh, it probably means this because everything else means that. For Japanese, yeah, I've been part of a friend group since 2024, but wasn't comfortable with asking questions or trying with any specific people from that. But you still join their calls sometimes and try a bit. Yeah, it's a, if there was a time that you were able to get comfortable, I think that might have been a more way in than trying to do this. I think if I had to say something, your current experience with self-study is going to present a very big growing pains part, which I feel going to college could present opportunities to figuring that out. Participating with other people, having shared experiences, that's very different from self-study. And I think that's, in my opinion, the thing that most resonates with your lifestyle. Like, for example, when you have someone else doing the task with you, you are more likely to do it than sitting there in the corner trying to get yourself to do it. At least that's what's become very apparent. And it is really refreshing to hear that that other person is reciprocating. Your new friend is reciprocating, because I think that's magic. That will create very quick learning experiences. That's kind of like meeting someone who wants to start a new game, a video game with you, right? Even though video games are short-term things, when there are two people, like especially you guys on your age, when you meet online and you both somehow coincidentally want to play a new video game, the growth that comes from two people getting together and simply like learning the skills required to be good at a video game, for example, it's explosive. It's very similar to work. Like, the millennial example would be like, hey, I want to get healthy, so I'm gonna start a gym membership. Are you gonna start a gym membership? It's like, oh, by coincidence, I'm gonna start a gym membership. And you both like head to the gym, right? Your schedules are very similar. You both head to the gym. And young people, they learn like gangbusters, especially when it's a shared experience. So that's kind of where I was leaning on when I was asking you, when you were learning Japanese, the first thing I asked you was, what about your classmates? Do you hang out with your classmates? And then you mentioned that there's like one other person or like two other people who don't empathize with you in any way, or you told me that you think they don't empathize, so the that source is gone. And I think the younger you get nowadays, like whenever I talk to someone, they're like, oh yeah, they're 19 going off to university. My first question typically is, do you have anyone else that's interested in what you're doing? Is your parents interested in what you're doing? You know, like, your parents are teachers, for example. Why not have your parents join you? That's kind of the thing. And if the person's older, like Crocodile and Gecko, my first question would be, well, what do your children think about this? Do you like involve your children? Do you involve your children with your hobbies and stuff? Because in my opinion, there's very little things that compete with human shared experiences. It's like I don't think it's a competition most of the time. Self-study is great. It's convenient. You know, it doesn't rely on another person's control, right? Like, it's not a two-body problem. That's for sure. I totally agree. I mean, if there's any poster child for self-study, it's probably a scientist, right? Self-study is kind of a thing, but I wouldn't give it up for my colleagues. Like, being in a lab with like 3 or 4 other people who have who have a common goal but different process, you can't substitute for that. Like, there's no amount of personal pride or arrogance that I have that I would say, oh yeah, you know what? I'm going to design an experiment to answer a question that no one else has answered alone. I'm not one of those people, so I don't believe in that. I understand that there are people in history that have done that, like maybe, like Isaac Newton and all that stuff. But in the world that we live in today, I was raised on the perception that you need other people who are either equally as intellectually empathetic as you are in order to create new things. Even if you're doing most of the work, having other colleagues is how you can check and expand and improve upon your work. Peer review, right? I'm a very biased about peer review. It's not the same as online commentary. Online commentary usually come from a point of ignorance. That's not to say they're bad people or not. It's commentary. It's an opinion without experience. So like when someone says, oh yeah, your art looks bad. Meanwhile, they have never drawn a piece of artwork before. That's a different story. They are entitled to their opinions. They can tell you they like your art. However, you have to take it with a grain of salt, because most comments and feedback, as people say, it's in the feedback, it's in the matter of taste. And your audience is always right in the matter of taste. Not the same as the matter of competence. You hear it time and time again with other artists. Like, take feedback, take responses from online commentary as a response to how your work makes them feel. Not professional constructive criticism until you actually know they do the process as well. And that's the more tougher part. To this day, you don't interact with anyone from your classes, but you do sort of know a few people around the school. Heavily doubtful you have confidence to try CN with any of them though? Okay. Despite all being CN and friendly towards them. That's fair enough. Well, I guess you'll see, right? If you know a little bit of CN, you never know. You never know. For the record, I knew I can listen and comprehend Spanish for quite some time now, and I also don't like strike up random conversations in Spanish, despite having like classmates and even coworkers for some time now who speak Spanish. Like, you know, there'd be people in the corner and they would speak Spanish. It's not like I would like go up to them and say, hey, yo, you know, like, you know, ¿cómo estás usted? Ustedes, right? Like, I wouldn't do that either. So I'm not saying go around and showcase that. You wonder if there'll be any Japanese students next year? Usually there are some, apparently. I see. Have you met like any Japanese students? I haven't met a single Japanese student like IRL. Like Japanese student. I don't think I've ever encountered a Japanese student. I've encountered a Japanese professional. Yeah, I've met one, sort of. Yeah, I had the pleasure of meeting an expert, like someone who is an international expert. So they were like 30 to 40 years my senior. So they were a traveling expert and collaborator. That's as close as I got to a Japanese. And it was like surreal hearing him talk. Actually, two of them. There were two of them. The reason why this older gentleman came was because he was referenced or deferred by a younger Japanese person who was she was multinational. So she was a Japanese American, and she deferred to a professional who came overseas to collaborate. So that much older Japanese person felt like I didn't want to make it. Okay, I've met 3 people actually. The other one's a little just one time, once in a lifetime thing, and I forgot his name. But the older gentleman I'm referring to is that person was a pathologist, so a very highly trained pathologist that might have specifically specialized in dermatological pathology. That's as far as I know. And when I was hearing him speak and stuff, it's like something out of television, basically. Actually, I often think of people out of television. When I was younger, I had very limited experience. So whenever I, like, literally when I went into a lab, Italian, French, Japanese, Chinese, Irish, Jewish, like immediately when you start, like I started entering into like a career oriented thing, the whole thing just breaks open. Like it felt like surreal at the time, and then immediately you get used to it. Like everyone's different. Like legitimately, I walked in the lab and no one had the same background. Like legitimately everyone spoke English with a particular way. And there were, yes, multiple multi-generational Americans too, but they all came from a different region. So there was some that you clearly hear their Southern influence, and then there's the Midwest influence, and then there's the West Coast influence. So legitimately the whole lab was just, the environment was just filled with people with different accents and different complexions and all that stuff. So it's pretty, then the rest is history. I was rarely ever in an environment where there's just like one thing. However, Japanese was still very rare. Rarer than Korean, Vietnamese, Cambodian even, Laotian. I'm missing one. And Chinese, of course. Chinese. From Hong Kong, moved to Japan and lived for 5 years, then moved here for school. Oh, okay. Something that I did meet a Japanese person very early on, and it was like a kind of like a bittersweet but also humbling moment. I I was given a scholarship when I was in college. And this scholarship was in the her name, I think her name was Miriko. It might have been Miriko or Hiri. Oh man, I really should have remembered her name. It might have been Miriko or Hiriko or Chiko. I don't remember the daughter's name, but I went to a college by coincidence. I think it's Mariko or something like that. I'll have to look this up to make sure in the future. This family, their only daughter traveled abroad and went to the same college, but unfortunately she had an untimely death when she was abroad. So the school made a scholarship in her name and often updates those different students that with the couple. The couple live in Japan. So I was the recipient of the scholarship for the time I was at the college, and from time to time they would visit the college, and that's when I got to meet them. My academic advisor, supervised, and I had that was the first time I've ever met a Japanese international. And this person, we are still Facebook friends, so I see from time to time what they're doing, and it's as you imagine. It's a Japanese person. Like, he's much older than me. He's like, I think he's in his 70s or 80s or something, and he's like learning. The last thing I remember reading on his Facebook is he's like learning how to do a handstand, like a headstand. Like he was practicing some routines and stuff, like quality of life routines. That man is athletic. That man is doing things that I would be worried if I'm 60 or 70. So I wish I remembered their family name, but I obviously I wouldn't mention the name anyways. But it's interesting. That's the first time I've ever met a Japanese person. I think I was 19 years old. I think I was 19, and I was still socially adapting. So I made a short. I used to joke about this, but one of the things I said to the man was, he said, "Oh, so what are you interested in?" And I literally said, "Well, I guess I'm like, I watch anime, right?" And then he's like, "Nani? Like, nandesu ka?" Like he's like, "Eh?" And I'm like, "Oh, like anime stuff." It's like, "Oh, youth culture." That's what he said. I'm pretty sure he specifically just said youth culture, and that's what I do now. Like, that's how this reminded me of those times. Like, I was also a really socially inept college student back then who was very weak on foreign understanding, like how so that day that person was probably still older than me that I am now, but not that far apart, and I would also respond very similarly. It's not a coincidence. So whenever someone says, "Oh yeah, I like learning I want to learn Japanese," I'm like, "May I ask what type of what's your motivation, what's your interest in Japanese culture?" And then someone will respond like, "Oh, because I like the music, I watch anime, I read a lot of manga." And then my first thought is, that's really nice. It's very exciting and energetic. Youth culture, you're very youthful. Because the idea is that over the next 20 or 30 years, right, my vision or my understanding was very different. So I do go back to that time. You really wonder who the Malaysian students here are? You know, there are a couple, maybe CN Malaysians. Yeah, that you probably get more CN Malaysians than Malaysians. By coincidence, one of my parents, very early, a family friend, and we actually talked recently. Not that recent, but maybe 2 or 3 years ago. Caught up. They're very spiritually aligned. He was Malaysian too. Like, it was our effectively our only Malaysian person, and they spoke Chinese. He was Malaysian Chinese, because that's how my parents and this person spoke. They spoke Chinese. In fact, I actually think they spoke Cantonese. Pretty sure they spoke Cantonese as opposed to Mandarin. Because I'm thinking about, I'm like imagining him speaking now. Pretty sure they were speaking Cantonese. Yeah. Yeah, exclusively Cantonese. So my parents were speaking to him in Cantonese, not Mandarin. Which is also common among Malaysian Chinese. Churn knows Cantonese as well. At least I heard him read Cantonese. I couldn't read Cantonese. I mean, it's still the same script, but I couldn't read that Cantonese. I heard him read Cantonese. Anyways, fun things to reflect on. All right, let's see. Okay, so this is shut. Oh, dirt. I wonder if this is the same go for like crust, like things that are dirty around, like a crust, dry crust around something. Yeah. In my head, I'm imagining hearing the guy say, easy, they got mud. Like, that's the moment I hear, like, can imagine what he would say to my parents. The first thing I think about is, yeah, there's no way you can mistake that for Mandarin. 雷公mud is like a shortened version of 雷公mud ye, which is, what did you say? 你说什么? 你说什么 would be the Mandarin, and I've never heard him say 你说什么. Like, just thinking about a conversation when I'm sitting there and hearing them talk, like, no, I don't think I've ever heard him utter a Mandarin phrase. Cantonese sounds like the moment you like start listening to Cantonese, now that you're like conditioned a bit to listen to Mandarin, it's like night and day. At first, it sounds like they could be similar, but then after a few like casual phrases in Mandarin and then like looking at tones and stuff, the moment you listen to Cantonese, it'll feel like it's a different, like you'll notice that it's substantially different. Kinda wonder how you tell apart the Mandarin and Cantonese students, like appearance wise. How would you, that's a interesting question, because if it was a Cantonese student, they are likely going to speak Mandarin as well. So I don't know, unless you find them alone. Like, if they're, to me, my habit, this is a stereotype, like my parents, whenever they speak, right? Yeah, if you're speaking, here's the thing, here's the grain of salt. Usually people who speak Cantonese prefer to speak in Cantonese. And my parents actually have a predilection to switch to Cantonese whenever the many of our existing family members from time to time, they are all Cantonese speakers. But yeah, I am far more accustomed to hearing my parents speak Cantonese than Mandarin. Although recently there had been more family members who are Mandarin speakers. The Cantonese is so identifiable. It's almost loud and bombastic. It's comforting, but also louder than Mandarin. Like Mandarin is a softer sounding than Cantonese, but Cantonese strikes me as a more jolly. It's not that they are or not. The sound is a lot jollier, but it's also a lot. In addition, it's also a lot similar to Fujianese. Fujianese is like a blunted version of Cantonese. Like whenever I always use the phrase "leg on mat ye," because you have to know how to say that. What did you say? Leg on mat ye, right? Oh, what did you say? That's literally what did you say? And then 你说什么, right? 你说什么? And then 你讲什么? 你讲什么? How you say it in Fujianese. So 你讲乜嘢? 你講什麼? 你說什麼? So 你講乜嘢? 你講乜嘢 is like, it's friendlier. It sounds, I don't want to do a stereotype here, but let's do a little bit of narration. So Hong Kong has relations with UK, right? And UK has relations with the USA. And these two things have an English prevalence, right? When it comes to the language, the way the language has not like evolved, right? Changed. It has a peppier sound to it. Like when like a Cantonese person like walk around, they are more forceful. They are more direct. It feels quote unquote publicly more friendlier in a way. Like it feels less reserved. And you know, the opposite of Japanese, for example, where everything feels very reserved. And then whenever you pay attention to like the really bombastic Japanese people, they are novelty acts. Like the exaggerated, incredibly high octane energy, that's entertainment. It's not the same as your average like Japanese person. Your average Japanese person is very reserved. But in Hong Kong, their relationship with the UK for such a long time, also by parallel, tends to be whenever you hear Cantonese, people are like a lot more direct. They like would talk to you off the streets and stuff. So the language, the Cantonese, whenever I hear Cantonese, you can even spot them, like even behaviorally. So you're saying you're kind of wondering how you tell apart Mandarin and Cantonese. But the one thing is, whenever there's like a choice to be made, Cantonese tend to be like preferred. Their mannerisms are slightly different too. Like oftentimes Cantonese spoken dominant, it's not bad or good, it's simply a statistics game. If we're playing a statistics game, the Cantonese students would be more forward. They would say things a bit louder, and their language actually kind of sounds louder in general. And that's kind of what I tend to think about. Just so you know, like I use this joke a lot, and other comedians, like Cantonese comedians, right, or comedians who speak Cantonese or from Hong Kong, they would make this common skit all the time, and I agree with them, which is Cantonese is very vulgar as well. They're very frank. So kind of like if you go down you're in the UK, you go to the countryside or something, and then people are just blurting whatever, like very direct, very frank. That's Cantonese. And you can pick it up in a mannerism too. A Cantonese person will be far less formal. They are far more friendlier. And oftentimes, by coincidence, that blends really well with other Americans as well, because Americans, if you had to stereotype something, right, the odds are an American would approach you and say hello and maybe even spark random conversations with you, more so than maybe other denominations, right, other like countries, especially like Japan, where, and then in my opinion, China is probably similar, not necessarily the same as Cantonese students, who would probably have some larger exposure to countries like Malaysia and obviously places like Hong Kong, Taiwan, etc. I don't want to like step on people's toes, so we'll just call them places, okay? So those places, they are far more direct and friendlier than what's in like the probably mainland China and like Japan by an extension, right? Like Japan is a great example where that type of thing, it doesn't stick out. So if you're identifying it, you know, that's what I think. Off topic, do you think fire alarm drills would be more likely to be between 7 and 7:30 or 7:30 and 8 a.m. considering people leave between 8 to 8:15? I'm trying to time shower when they won't run this terms one. Oh goodness, I have no idea. If I thought back, probably earlier, probably the earlier time. That's not my personal experience, in my opinion. It happened to some of my early roommates. Like, I know it's not the same as like where you are, but the thing is, I'm trying to think back, like in experience. I literally had some classmates, like some you know, the whole place is evacuated. Plenty of people in their towels, like people who are like wet and stuff. But the fire alarms, like they would be like partially closed because they had to put on, and then they'd be standing outside. I shower in the evening before I sleep, so I shower before I enter or like stuff, so I don't actually shower in the morning. So that's why it wasn't one of me, like I wouldn't be concerned with it or have paid attention to it. I don't know if this has happened to you, but you've had a 5 alarm shower incidents. Yeah, I was trying to, I figured you would share something about having fire alarms happen in your shower incident. Yeah, it doesn't happen to me because I shower before I go to bed, as opposed to shower to go somewhere. I typically like to go to bed, like when I enter a room, like enter the place, I tend to shower to enter a place. So whenever I return home, if I leave and I come back, I would shower then, as opposed to showering to leave. I would shower to like to rest. So rarely it ever lines up with fire alarms. Just get up, walk out, and then you see like you see the occasional person who's clearly been in the shower with like a wet shirt and like their towels still wrapping around their head. And then sometimes it would happen in the winter time, so it gets a little sketch. You wanted to last evening, but you couldn't even stay awake until the end of the required study session. Oh, I see. Maybe you should have showered at 6:45. Fair enough. AM, yeah, maybe earlier is better usually, at least in my opinion. False. I still remember in college, sometimes there's lots of false fire alarms too, but I don't know the difference between a false fire alarm and a fire alarm drill, because most people, they just like drag their feet. I know this kind of defeats the whole purpose of a fire drill, but I can't tell you how often like at least there's 2 or 3 kids that would be like, oh, I'll just pretend I'm not here, and then not like leave, like do the fire drill. And then there are ones that just continuously drag their feet. So eventually, like the RAs, you know, the people who are responsible for the residence stuff, they would keep track. They would take attendance because you still have to do the fire drills. Another sub. Did you come back from your exam today? How'd it go? Alright, so we're gonna try to finish this up here. Okay. Bundle heck. Bundle souls. Oh. Song. Brighton. Your exam went pretty good, thankfully. Very nice. Solid. 2 more exams, right? You have an art exam. And I forgot the other thing. You have 2 more, I think. You mentioned. 7:10 to 7:25 sounds so risky for showering. That does sound pretty close. How much time? Do you get a breather now, sub? Like, do you get a breather, relax maybe for a day before your next exam? Pool. Let's see. Pool. What do we have for pool? What are you? Oh, cattail. Yeah. Eyelash. Oh, eyelash is gonna be rough. No contest. Way. Rose. Young. Turnover. Lee. Raccoon dog. You got English. Oh, yeah, English on the 28th, so you got plenty of breathing space. 28th. Oh, yeah, you got some time. What do you do for English? In yeah, what do you do for English there? We've been talking about language all day. Mika and I have been talking about Chinese and like comparing Chinese, Japanese, and English all day. Mika's also preparing for exams, I suppose. Yo, Gamble. All right, take care, Mika. Good luck. Hopefully doesn't get caught during shower time. Fire alarm. Okay, 小 好 now 斋 abstain. Jiang, cockroach. Cha. Yep. Where's the cha? Investigate. Mouth. Shout. Oh yes, cha. Whisper. Chang. Right? Yeah, Chang. Disappointed. Long. Cockroach. Xia? Oh no. I have 2 xia. Oh yeah. This xia is the heck? English is pretty easy for you? Yeah, what does your English involve? Not much streak. Yeah, English. Yeah, what does English involve? Do you do creative writing in English? What's this day thing? Sun. Oh, she's like unpacking. Got a lot of sun things. Was it free time? Yeah. Dirt and bill. It's no qian. It's not qian. Oh. Who owes dirt? How does that even work? Oh, why do I feel like it's something like kan? Pit. Kan. Chan? Cicada. Lane. The English Mile. Lu. Nian. Read aloud. Ghosts and flower? It's mostly about tenses. Okay. Speech and grammar. I see. So like you're not reading, are you like reading, analyzing like passages or anything like that? Because I still remember some of my I guess they would still be involved with speech and grammar and whatnot, but usually involve some sort of creative analyses when I was in high school. Something that deals with like comprehending a person's intended meaning from a paragraph or something like that. Like reading the following 3 paragraphs, what are the transition points between the 3 important points being made in this paragraph or something like that, in this story or in this essay? Or something like, in the following prompts, which might be like 400, 500 words, what could be, write a deductive conclusion from what you think the author's intent was being said in this. It also includes comprehension. I see. I wonder what type of prompts you have. I was talking to Mika when Mika was talking about her SATs. So when we were looking at SATs, like, oh, okay. Includes that, okay. Ghosts and flowers. What is ghosts and flowers? Some part of me want to write like Hung. Oh goodness, it's so. Oh no. So is rip. That's a rip. This is Hun. Writing brush. Chen. Annotate? Yeah, annotate. Oh, now what are you gonna do with all your time? So, what are you gonna do? You got some breathing room, and English is easy. Done. What is that, a rash? Done. I think that's just dung. Yeah, that's just dung. Oh goodness me. It's so hard to see what's going on there. You'll be prepping for PE and painting. Oh yeah, PE too. That's right, PE. They got 3 more. Yeah, PE. That was a very curious thing. How do you have an exam on painting? What is painting like? Are we talking about theory? I really can't see what the heck that character is. The J thing? Qiong? What was it? It had something to do with the statue with its staff and the foreman and the eyes. Yeah. And the person, the dagger, and the crown. Yeah. Lung, poultry, Hua, snail, Qi, or is it Qi? Range, mount, rugged, Qi. You don't have much time for PE after English PE? After English PE on 30th. Oh, okay. After... Oh, yeah, that's 2 days. You have like 1 day of breathing room. Give me a PE question. Like, what is it that you get PE for? Like, give me an idea of what PE is like. Trellis and dirt. The heck? Is this supposed to be pool or flat land? Cha. Education. He's drilling him. about his, yeah, to make things clear. All right, cool. It's a bit on the weaker side. See the where one rhinoceros. Bill. Gemstone. Gun. Trunk. Joe. Lap. Yeah. Express condolences. That one's weird. Right. Yep. Oh, ghost bottle. Fucking suck it. Cho. Cho. What is that? Ugly? Ugly. Oh, I think I chose to do this differently, right? Yeah, I did. Or sort of. So yin, tobacco. R. 2. B2. Kidding. Squander. Alright, so we patched up the weak spot from yesterday. So far. One. Are we doing the bang? Bang. This was a weak one from Oh. Yeah. Boar. Sorry, boar. Not boar. Or radish. What? Guy. Waddle. Yo. Or Yin, gorgeous. In P is about Indian history of P and evolution of P, and it's about how yoga was introduced and how it evolved. Oh, okay. So basically, no contest as to if I know anything about that. Wow. That's quite neat. Shower thought. Why do you replace chat messages that say I with you instead of reading it as is? Because it helps me frame that I'm not talking about myself. Because I'm talking about compassion, not reading, like I'm doing the extra step. It's to create ownership for the person that's speaking. So when you say you want it to last evening, but you couldn't even stay awake until the end of the required study session. If I said I wanted to last evening, but I couldn't even stay awake until the end of the required study session, it would not create ownership or accountability to the person that wrote it. So I tend to attempt, like when I say I really do mean I. When someone else says it, it's them. It's about them. It's not about me. So the point is that I try to make it about you because it is what you said. It's to prevent, or it's both a double, it's like kind of a a double-edged thing. I choose to emphasize the person that is writing the statement, so that it reminds me that it's not about me, it's about you. So that I'm talking to you. So it feels like I'm talking to you and not talking about myself. So shower thoughts. Why do I replace chat messages that say I with you, because you're quoting instead of reading it as it is? Because that's not what you mean. You don't mean it that way. Right? So the idea is that I'm making sure clear that I'm not speaking for myself, but I'm speaking for you. And that would be the responsibility. I'm not sure how often others do this. It might actually end up being my thing. There is a chance. There is also an alternative. The alternative that most people do is they refer to the person in the third person. So if you're wondering about people like me, I suppose, if you're wondering if there are other individuals that do alternative, the alternative is to refer to the person in the third person, which is what you'll hear not casual people, but professionals say things like, you know, when you read mean tweets, for example, mean tweets, they would say something like, oh, user 767XX42067 Blazeit said, what does this person, referring to myself, did this and that and this. So that's kind of the idea. Can't recall other streamers reading the chat messages and changing a word to say it's specifically them. That's fair. You probably haven't noticed this like dramatically or kept track of this, but I actually change your words a lot. Like I change people's words in a manner that reflects their intent, or try to reflect their intent in some way, very subtly. And the Pro Call did ask me about that question quite some time. And he posited that I was worried about like the algo or potentially censorship and whatnot. But typically I'm reading your messages the way I see it. So like I don't have to read back your comments. You'll be watching a documentary today. Oh, Tinder swindler. It sounds like you're really into your true crime thing. I did watch the first 2 of the 3 episodes of Don't F with Cats. I think it's okay. It reminds me of Netflix's attempt to, like, Netflix had one of their breakout hits when it came to true crime, like how they fund true crime, was How to Make a Murder. That series about how to make a murder. I think there were 2 seasons of it. And that kind of reminded me of that, only a smaller production. I was aware of that story though. There were other documentaries that covered the person. I wasn't sure it was about that person or not. I still haven't seen the conclusion of the documentary. The whole angle with the vigilantism in the online group was new-ish. Like was unique to that thing. Yeah, you used to think about it but never said anything because it never impacted things in a negative way unless you misread instead of change. Yeah. Sometimes I do misread. I tend to read to confirm. So I'm not reading because I need to, like, I don't read people's comments to read it back to them. Like, that's the whole point. At least in my opinion. Like, I'm not here to affirm what you want. I'm here to tell you what I'm reading so that you have a chance to either comprehend it or correct it if you want. So in no way do I make it as an automatic thing. Like, I don't read people's comments because I don't care about, or like I don't want to change anything. I literally think about the thing as I'm reading it. So most of the time I change words and whatnot is because whenever I see, yeah, you used to think about it, I'm literally trying to think about you used to think about it, not I'm thinking about it. So that is how I process things. So whenever I read something out, I do a lot of processing while I'm reading it. It's kind of why when we went over your SAT prompts, Mika, I was reading and thinking as I'm going. I don't typically read without thinking. And oftentimes that keeps me out of trouble as well. And it might be the same thing. Like Procall asks, you know, why do you self-censor? And I'm like, I'm not self-censoring. I'm doing things with strong considerations of many things. So, or I kind of argued I'm not just self-censoring. Like occasionally someone would say like, why did you choose to use the word unalive here? And I'm like, well, it sounds like fun. Like, you know, sometimes I use unalive for the giggles. And then someone would accuse me of saying, well, when you use unalive, it sounds like you're self-censoring and succumbing to the political pressures of the algorithm. And I'm like, well, that too. Like, I'm not denying that too. However, it's deeper than that. But if you're making it to be, it's not that deep, then why are you so hung up on me saying unalive? Right, that's kind of the secret sauce of discussion. Like, is it really because it matters a lot to me, or is it because it matters a lot to you? It always matters a lot to me. So you can accuse me of thinking too deeply about things, but generally speaking, there is quite a purpose to the way I read comments. In fact, sometimes when I am running out of time, or when I'm in a hurry, or like I'm trying to glance back and forth, you're gonna hear me paraphrase what you typed. And that's legitimately telling you what I'm thinking. So even you use unalive. Yeah, so hear me out. The way algorithm works now, they use mathematical maps. So most of that stuff doesn't necessarily impact, like semantics and stuff doesn't impact how content is moderated nowadays because of the growing nature of using mathematical models. If you're wondering why I'm saying mathematical models, because I don't want to make it sound too generic, as in referring to AI models, but mathematical like modeling is what is used now for, I imagine, both Twitch and YouTube. So that type of thing, self-censorship is not really, that's not how it works anymore. It doesn't pick up like keywords and whatnot. It maps tendencies and probabilistic models to what the intended meaning was. So oftentimes they can discern adequately what those things are. So I am not self-censoring for the sake of that, because I do follow how moderation works. When it comes to switching pronouns and whatnot, I legitimately speak the way I think. So if you're wondering what's the difference between me and someone who's reading the streaming, reading the chat, I'm not reading the chat and then thinking about it afterwards. I am reading the chat message as I am thinking about it. So oftentimes whenever Procall points this out pretty often, I would read like half the person's message. I would speak about it for like 15 minutes. Sometimes I digress so far that I haven't even gotten to the second message yet. And then when I read the second message, it turns out it answers my question about my preponderance. That's how I demonstrate the way I talk or the way I think. When I'm reading messages, I'm actively, consistently thinking about something. Like when I read your first sentence, I'm already thinking about how your next sentence is going to happen and your third sentence and so on. I ask myself questions as I'm reading, much like the way I read books, movies. I think people are very interesting, and I need to also test my own perceptions. So whenever I read, I tend to read with an innate interest to understand the nature of the stuff. So oftentimes, like for example, when you said, I don't know if this has happened to you. I have had a fire alarm incident many times, right? You've had many fire alarm incidents. Before I saw that message, I already went ahead and said, oh, for the record, I shower in the evening. So there is a very excellent point that I might not be able to empathize with you, but I'm pretty confident you're going to tell me that you're going to have a fire alarm shower incident, because based on what you said earlier, you're probably alluding and inferring that you're trying to avoid a fire alarm incident because you had previous experiences with that. That's generally how I read things. I read to anticipate and then to confirm or deny what comes up next. And oftentimes that's how I practice. Quite often when I ask questions is in anticipation of what the other person will share. And it's not that I'm playing a game to see, oh yeah, how's my accuracy rate? It's largely how I listen to people. So I'm really genuinely anticipating. When I'm reading your chat, I'm reading as though I'm talking to you. And you know, having a chat because you guys technically do not talk in that way. Or anyways. Not better or worse. Simply have a lot of time on my hands, right? Other streamers could read chat and then they can process it afterwards. I read and process as I'm reading the thing. It can be very distracting to other people, right? Not everyone likes that type of thing. Also, it means that I can fall behind in chat very, very fast. Like if someone is incredibly talkative, you try to sound polite by using unalive. Yeah, fair enough. I use other euphemisms to sound a little bit more quaint. Sometimes I say untimely demise. Like I come up with as many different ways of talking about death quite often. And Protocol earlier, we didn't know each other as well, so I like that Protocol challenges me with his direct questions, because oftentimes that's where I have the most practice. Whenever someone asks me why and how I do things, and it would give me a large opportunity to explain the many years of manic thinking and circumnavigating the whirlwind of, you know, the maelstrom that's in my head. Many of my actions have quite a long history. It's all part of the nature of potentially being a high-functioning person. It would drive me insane if I do not put a lot of thought into my actions. Probably a lifetime of regret, which I don't have because of the way I behave now. And hopefully continues to be that way. Do I still teach? I do not teach anymore. Unless you consider offering random advice and unsolicited advice to people. I talk as though I teach each and every day. Like, if I have the opportunity to spend time solving a problem with someone, I think that's the closest thing I have to teaching. I don't professionally do anything right now. No sub. Let's see. Fun. What is that? Fence? Heckin' fence. So revive. That's not G. It's not G. It's Zhi. It would be fun to teach again in some capacity. I thought about freelancing as a teacher, but I would need a skill that's in demand. Or not a skill that's in demand, a subject that is in demand. Like a context thing that's in demand. I don't have a context thing that's in demand. So not the skill of teaching. I think I can cover that part fairly regularly, but I do not have a content that is in demand. You do have that question about academic mentoring and you have time after stream. You did have that question about academic mentoring if you had. Sure. Now, once we finish up here. Like, one of the things I don't have sub right now is no one is soliciting me to be like, hey, can you tutor me in something? Or hey, can you do this one thing? And then I would be like, oh, I just happen to know a lot about these things. Or, give me, or they say in a year's time I would need to do something, and I'm like, okay, give me a year and I'll be ready for that. Because one of the things that I can do is I can learn about something very quickly and then ascertain its comprehension, kind of like what I'm doing on stream. The whole idea is it's not the content that is tough, it's the timing. The timing is tough. Someone who learns really well, like solves problems and stuff, they need timing as well, because you can't be expected to know everything about everything, but you can certainly learn about things that are in demand and at the time relevant. Language learning, as much as I really enjoy language learning, it's not topical right now. It's not one of those things that are high in demand. And for every one of me, there's plenty of other people who do this as a side hustle, right? And native speakers have a natural advantage if they wanted to teach. Whether their techniques are useful or not, the gold standard right now is experience, and I agree with him. So like, I don't speak any of the, like, I don't read Chinese, so I can't compete in that nature. My techniques are about solving problems. Then I suggest you learn AI. I wouldn't. Although Procol will definitely have that covered up. In painting, you've got Indian history and evolution of painting. Ooh, that's interesting. I would not learn AI. If you start AI now, you're going to be like 3 or 4 years behind. You should already be in AI. Like, you should be 2 or 3 years in AI as a topic. The learning dividends and capacity that AI offers, or studying AI, is not going to develop your skills any further, not your human skills. It might actually diminish your human skills. You think you'll get good? You think you'll good for getting a side hustle? I think it's already super saturated and you won't be side hustling anyone. In fact, I would say it's probably on the decline. Especially economically, on the decline. A couple years too late. Maybe 2 or 3 years too late. And if you start now, you'll be further behind, 2 to 3 years. Yeah, you're gonna be really behind. Like, what I mean is, right now, if we start now, it's tough. AI moves really fast, and you need infrastructure, and it's a moving target. So saturation stuff, you're already seeing the economic peak and demand for it. But by the time you train yourself at this very point, you're gonna likely lag behind, which is really tough. It's a tough position. Science moves slower, and it still had an economic downturn by the time I graduated. So that was something. Plenty of CS majors though. Plenty of CS majors looking to crack into that industry for sure. Mentoring is a human skill. So I'm gonna probably double down or triple down on solving human problems as opposed to competing with the inundation and deluge of AI interested people chasing the quote unquote the not bubble. You sent it earlier alongside a clip, but maybe it wasn't phrased that way. You'll elaborate on it. Let me see. Yeah, you said you joined academic mentoring as your activity for this term, right? If I had any advice on doing well or picking which classes, ages to assist on that, I don't know what that means. If that's what you're referring to. I have, what is that? Like, are you talking about looking at classes? I have no idea what that is. I thought you would like offer a list or like possibilities. Oh, okay, I see. Fair enough. Yeah, I figured a list was coming at some point, or maybe your thoughts and whatnot. Do you have an academic advisor for this stuff? Or when you said you joined academic mentoring, is that a subject you're taking, or is that a service you're getting? That's probably my first question. I think academic mentoring is a fantastically soon to be very high demand position, like to extend from sub comment about getting into learning AI, learning how to apply AI technology might be something, maybe something that's worth divesting in your time, like divesting your time into. However, or like, sorry, investing, but divesting away from the technology itself. Human services are going to be a great side hustle. Automated services are not going to, because you're going to be competing with someone who has the highest amount of resource. It's considered an activity. Oh, just as chess is. Okay, it's cool. The people running the activity would be the advisors. Okay, so you are entering. So this is a service, like someone else is leading, right? You're not going into it being the academic mentoring, right? Or are you participating with the people to run academic mentoring thing? That's probably what I'm thinking of. So like, is it you learning to become an academic mentor versus the thing is giving you academic mentorship. So that's probably what I might have been a little confused about. Like, are you learning to do the mentoring, or are you doing the act like that? People are mentoring, like providing academic mentoring for you, and then you get to choose what what to do there. I hope that didn't make it more confusing. All right. What is this animal? The heck? That mongoose? Yeah, it's led by the heads of the younger age group side of the school, but you go into it as a mentor. Okay, in live classes alongside an actual teacher. Oh, for students age 11-16, you choose which class. Oh, so you are doing the mentoring. And then the activities are provided by the quote-unquote the people who are overseeing. Okay, so you're going into a position to practice academic mentoring. Intriguing. Oh, and now I see what you mean by choosing a class. You're asking if there are any particular class or subjects that would be suited for what you know now, because you are going into the becoming a mentor. Interesting. Huh. I haven't thought about it that way. I did that. Yeah, I did quite a lot of that when I was younger. I wonder how I went on making a decision about that as well. I haven't really applied it to anyone else. I don't think I've ever been asked a question like that. So this is kind of uncharted territory. Usually most people tell me that they are like qualified, and they try to convince me that they are qualified, as opposed to asking me a blanket statement like, oh, what are my qualities or my qualifications to utilizing such a position. Like, I've never vetted anyone, for example. It's kind of like a vetting process where if someone asks you like, okay, so I'm gonna be in this position, do you have any things you want to point out that it could make me qualified for this thing? I haven't ever vetted anyone. Okay, maybe like tangentially, only slightly vetted a couple people, but there were none of that qualification thing. I was never yeah, that's really interesting. I'll have to think about it. But you can continue to elaborate. I'll look over it this evening. Each stone. Pressed against. Tongue. What is that? Whoosh? I feel like that's whoosh. Why do I need to know that? I have no idea. Onomatopoeia word or like sound effect words are kind of interesting in Chinese. They didn't take the same approach. They didn't take a similar approach than Japanese. What is this spoon? Oh, king. Female. Ka? Oh, ka. Black. Heckin' pinches? Inches of soil. What are the each field soil? What is that? Dang it. Who's pinching it? They'll put down. Oh, this one's rough. Yeah. It's not a weasel. It's not a weasel. What is it? It's another animal, and I can't quite remember what animal it is. Darn you, mammals. It's like a smaller animal. A mole. Dang it. That's fine. We'll leave mole. Mole's fine. Strong enough. Eventually we'll get to mole. Heck is this cicada thing? Yeah. Echo, right? Echo. Cricket. No, wait. It's, yeah, echo. Okay. Tian. Side of ship. I. Oh, here's a good one, Mika. I versus hi. Hi is hi in Chinese. Why did they go with hi instead of hi? I have no idea. Like, hi actually exists. You know, like hi would be tone 4. But they went with hi, or just hi. It's interesting. Food for thought. Yo is your for yo. Like, yo, what's up? I think. Quay. Let's see. Quay stare. Bao. Hail. Chung. Nephew. Ah. Flowers. Kung. Chafe. Hey. Heat rash. Ye. Bright. Show. Hunt. Chin. Gill fungus. Chin. Nettle. That doesn't seem right, does it? That doesn't seem right. Roots, legs. Oh, maybe it is. What? Why? Oh, no, no, no. Okay. This one's weak, actually, for ankle. Hoang. Ah, that's not the one. Wait. Dong. Brian. Bay doesn't sound right. Oh no, yeah, wait. Bay does. Bake. Ming. The heck? I know it's the whole lighting thing in the dark and the eyes. I think it's closed up. Yo, this is Weasel. T of it. E. E squeak. Wait, that is you, right? Or is this you all? Y'all. What do we have here? Pool. Eh? That doesn't seem right. Oh, it is. Oh no, it's craw. Dang it. Cool. This is a little bit weak. Ah. Toad. Blue. Kill. I. Dim. Knee. Knee. Intimate. He fair skinned. Xiang mock. Chong anxious. Chi narrow. Ang. Pool. cauldron. Joe. Room. Gaia. Bow. Bud. Yeah. Awkward. J. Mallet. Way. Stride. Sure. Bite. Mung. Yo, what? Nope. Mung. Rest. Duel. Not depressed. Deceive. Duel. Duel. Stamp feet. Two. Oh goodness. What are you? Batch. Yan. Nan. Do. Pimple. Gun. Honest. Mung. Lemon. Chung. It's not what I think it is. That's just sincere. Yeah. Mustard. Gray. All. Cool. Cool. Of. I don't remember what I substituted for the right character. Noel. Howard. Cool. At. Yao. Sage King. Overcome. The palpitate. Man, palpitate is still weak. Owl. Trample. Ling. Chili. Jiang. Art of the day. Jiang. Aid. The. Moth. Pool. Garden. Scar. Okay. Gather together. Hurricane. Yeah, plants. Ah! Oh no, I lost it. What is that? Jing? No. Jing. Nope. Ugh. Stain. Pen. Basil. Pen. Prefecture. Z. Unrestrained. Li. Shiver. Chen. Chen. U. Absent-minded. Say. Year of corn. Brain. Su. Revive. Voice. High. Owl. Roar. Zhi. Hurl. Wing. Actor. Wu. Fighter. Yan. Slug. Ling. Listen. Fool. Caressed. Yan. Swallow. Way. Sunflower. Heck. Yan. Flaw. Fold. Tool. Sincere. Alright, so how do I drop the pool? A container full of trellises. Let's see. Wait, how does that work into the meaning? The pool is fine. The read. Oh, crawl. That's kind of a weak connection. I have to think about that. And so is pretty weak. All right. What time is it? 3 a.m. Yeah, we're way over budget. I was gonna do some more character studies. All right. Alright, that's a wrap for HanziHero today. We're gonna watch this later. 谢谢. We'll go over the 2 tomorrow. I think it was yeah, let's write them down first though. We had 2 characters that I wrote down. Yeah, it was Jie and Bolt. Was like words. Yeah, that's why it's tough. Was it? Pretty sure it had something to do with words. Or not? Oh, it didn't. Yeah, we gotta work on. It is a really unique looking. I actually think that's Foreman. Yeah, it's Foreman. We'll work on that tomorrow. Alt, and then True. All together. Oh. Is it person? No, it's Slenderman. All together. All together is not too bad. Jie is bad. Yeah, we'll get to that tomorrow. Alright, folks. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up HanziHero for yourself. Give it a go. You're always welcome to come on by, chat, discuss. Yap. Keep each other motivated, right? Affirmation all around. Changing ideas, discussion. Try to keep each other active in each other's lives. Always a welcome activity, I would say. The human activity. Until next time, 大家下次见。感谢观看. See you guys next time. Thanks for watching. Bye bye.